$54,613. That's how much hit my Stripe account in the last 30 days. 12 payouts, more than 6 clients, and that's not even our only payment processor. And here's the part that's going to sound insane. I didn't write a single cold email. I didn't review a single discovery call. I didn't even draft the proposals. An AI agent did it. Not ChatGPT, not Claude, not OpenClaw. A different agent. The one that sat in on 1713 of my sales calls, learned exactly how I sell, and now runs the entire front end of my agency for me. It's called Hermes. It's open source, it's free, and it does one thing no other AI tool on this planet does. It gets smarter every time you use it. In this video, I'm building the whole system from scratch. The meeting engine, the outreach engine, and the mission control dashboard, everything. So by the end, you can run the same system in your own agency, even if you have one client and no idea how to scale to 10. Let's go. And quick intro if we haven't met, I'm Mani Kanasani and I run an AI agency out of Vancouver, BC. And over the last 3 years, we've deployed production AI systems for everyone from solo e-commerce founders to Fortune 100 enterprises. Meaning, when I show you something on this channel, it's not theory. It's what actually working in real client environments right now. So section 1, what is Hermes and why should you care? So what is Hermes agent? I want to be clear up front. This is not your OpenClaw. People confuse them constantly. They're completely different tools. OpenClaw is like your Swiss Army knife. It connects to 20 different platforms. It does everything. It's the general purpose AI assistant. Great tool. I done a whole 10-hour masterclass on it. But Hermes is different. Hermes is built by new research. These are the people who actually train AI models for a living. So they built Hermes model family and they built this agent with one core belief, and I love it. An AI agent should get better the more you use it. So every other agent out there, chatbot, Claude, ChatGPT, or even OpenClaw, they reset every time. You ask it something today, it answers, and you ask the same thing next week, it starts from zero or repeats the same behavior. Like you have that one school friend who never remembers anything you tell them, right? Hermes doesn't work that way. After you give it a complete task, it records everything it did, every API call, every decision, every tool it used, and in what order. And they call this a trajectory. And then it looks at the trajectory and asks itself, can I package this into something reusable? And if the answer is yes, it creates a skill. A skill is basically a standard operating procedure that this Hermes agent wrote for itself. So next time you ask something similar, it doesn't start over. It runs the skill, this time faster, cleaner. And if something has changed, it refines the skill, it gets better. This is amazing. I'll show you the actual skill files on my machine. You can read them. They are just markdown files in a folder. Now, this has 27,000 GitHub stars and over 200 contributors. Right? It's MIT licensed, completely free, and it runs on basically any model. You can use your ChatGPT subscription or use Claude subscription, which I was until they banned it 3 days ago. We'll discuss about that too. Or you can use free models on OpenRouter, Hermes' own models, or local models using Olama. You can pick anything and you can use any model. Section 2, cost. Let me talk about cost because there's a lot of outdated information out there. I've been using Hermes AI with my Claude subscription and it was great. Opus 4.6 is the best model there is. There were no issues. But 4 days ago, Anthropic banned all third-party tools from using Claude subscription. And that includes OpenClaw, that includes Hermes, that includes everything that's not Claude code, basically. Now, they give me a $200 one-time credit because that's what my subscription is. So they call it something called extra usage. These are not API credits. So that's what I'm using today. So Opus 4.6 on Anthropic's credit is what we are using. I want to show you what Hermes can do at its absolute best. But when the credit runs out, I'm switching to ChatGPT Codex, like for $20 a month. You can get, you do have some limits, but it's okay. It doesn't have any per token billing. You can set that up in the onboarding wizard if you want. For most of you watching that don't have any credits, maybe that's the way. You can start with ChatGPT Plus, $20. It has Codex included, best value. So if you want to use the free option, you have New Research offers their own model. I think it's called Hermes 3 on Open Router, just completely free, $0. Not the smartest, but it will work. And if you are into local, you can use Olama. You run a model on your own GPU. It's free, it's private, it's slower, but it works. And finally, this would be the most expensive option. If you are someone who is in a position to generate tens of thousands of dollars every month, you can pay for tokens too, right? I personally wouldn't. So if you use Anthropic API, you pay per token, best quality with Opus. And what I'm using today is my credit. So the real cost can start with $0. At max $20 a month is what I would recommend for something that helped me close 6 deals in 3 weeks. So section 3, 3 levels of Hermes. So before we install, let me show you the 3 levels of using Hermes. Because most tutorials, I feel like they stop at level 0. Level 0 is what I call using your terminal and Telegram. You install Hermes, you chat in the terminal, or you connect to your Telegram, you text it from your phone. That's what most people are doing. That's where they stop it. But you are flying blind. You can do much more. And there are people who are level 1, the Hermes Workspace. Most people are here. It's an open source web app that gives you a dashboard. You can see every conversation. You can browse the memory. You can manage the skills. You can watch the agent actually think in real time, which is really amazing. And it's like going from having a command line to your actual cockpit. But level 2, this is where you level up. And literally, this is what we are building today. Your own custom command center, a web app. We will use Claude Code to build it. That connects Hermes. It pulls in wherever your meetings are. For me, it's Fathom. It tracks your outreach. It manages your clients, everything in one screen. And this is really tailored to your own agency. And nobody else has built this yet. So we are going through all 3. Let's start with the install. Section 4, install, level 0. Level 0 is just one command and it barely takes 60 seconds. And this is their Hermes website. And you can see these are some of the steps, how you can start chatting. It's a simple web app, nothing too crazy. What we see with OpenClaw, you can copy this command. Obviously, I did this because it's Mac OS, but if you are on other platforms, you can go to install here. And maybe a good way to quick start is the documentation. And Windows users install this first and then run the command above. And they have some other installation steps too, if you want to do it in Nixo setup and all of that. So detailed documentation, but what we need, since I'm using a Mac, I'm using this on a fresh machine. I haven't installed it on this yet. So agent installer, open source AI agent by News or New Research. It's installing. Perfect. We will do a quick setup. And now we have options. I talked about free options. You can go to No Portal and you can go Open Router. There are some free models if you want to use Right now, it says Anthropic, Claude models, API key, or Claude code. I'm not sure they got the news or they have updated whether they know. Obviously, they would know Claude code. Anthropic now banned it. You can still use it through extra usage. Maybe that's why it's there. And also can use your API key. If you don't have API key and you don't have the extra usage, I strongly suggest you use Codex because API is super expensive. So GitHub Copilot, Hugging Face, you can configure all of those. So now we have choices, 1, 2, or 3. I will select 1 and it logged me in, authorize. So for some reason, first time failed. So we are trying the quick setup again. So I was just researching with Claude Code. So there was an error going on. The 500 error is a known Anthropic server-side bug. Because of in the last 48 hours, people are complaining that they have been running into some issues. So the transition is not smooth. So you can use OpenAI Codex, Router, or Kimi. But I did manage to make it work after 3 tries. So I will use my Opus, my credit, but you might have to keep trying, or by the time you watch the video, they might have fixed it already. Now let's start with setting up our Telegram. But before we do that, I just want to mention there was an issue with Opus 4.6, although it accepted the token and the onboarding. Once I started using it, it is giving me error after error. I think that's the ban in effect. I'm not sure why they said you can use extra usage. I don't even know where to use that extra usage now. But it is what it is. They are not letting us use it. So this tutorial now, we moved it to GPT 5.4. So I was using my Codex subscription. And to set up our Telegram, these are the steps. We need a bot token from BotFather. So if you've been using this for a while now, it is one of the most standard steps by this point. If you are here from any 10 days, you already know and have used your fair amount of BotFather. So let's begin. Have a token ready. We can either open here or create a new token. Either thing works. So to create a new token, you can just do a /new bot. Target chat ID is also needed. To find your target chat ID, you can open one of these. There is also a user info bot. This is my Telegram user ID. After I gave it my bot token, it configured the whole thing. It took some time and it said done. I configured Telegram in your Hermes environment and it saved a bunch of things, right? And then I said hi and it was not working. I did say hi and nothing happened. And I took a break. It's not like it's working for 30 minutes. You see a big difference. So then I said hi and it's not working. It found the issue. The Hermes was not running as a single clean Telegram gateway instance. We added your Telegram settings. So whatever it did that on its own and restarted the Telegram gateway and said, please send another message hi to test. Obviously, when I see this message, it is probably configured. I said hi and it immediately got back. How can I help you? So most people, we basically texted our AI from our phone, right? It's running on the machine. That's level 0, honestly. For a lot of people, this is enough because I can ask it to, how do I give access to my Google Workspace? And then it gave me 2 things. It gave me full workspace access. We use OAuth 2 and the option 1, Gmail only. I don't really need to see all of this happening in the background, right? The code and all of that. And the skill view, Google Workspace, I think instead of running all of this, it is showing me this on a high level. So you won't really miss too much if we are honestly speaking. And it doesn't make super sense technically for those of you who are into no code, low code. For a lot of people, this is enough. But I want more visibility. And let me show you level 1, which is a section 5, Hermes Workspace. And this is the level 1. This is an open source web dashboard. And we can set it up. We can clone and run this Hermes Workspace. So I opened a new terminal. And you need to paste this command that I'm about to paste here. Git clone, and it is cloning this repository. It is done. And let us open the workspace. And we open the workspace. And let's do an install. pnpm install. Okay, pnpm is not found. So we ran all the commands. I will link what commands you should be running in the free guide that you can get in the second link in the description. Perfect. We have welcome to Hermes Workspace. This is on our local host, right? This is where we can chat. Works with OpenAI compatible backend, gateway APIs, connect backend. Right now, let's skip it. Now is a good time to get your Claude code involved. Anytime you run into any kind of issues, I would copy the commands where I took a screenshot of it. You can go to your Claude code agent and we need to set up the backend. Or if you want, you can have your Hermes agent do that too. How many of these can you run? You go ahead and run it. So essentially, if you don't have Claude code or you can't talk to your Hermes agent, most of these commands, they can run it for you. That's how I've been doing it the lazy way. You can, obviously, usually when we are following this, we will run into some issues. And anyway, I'm not going to use this too much, but I will give you step by step. And usually when it run into any issues, it will let us know that, hey, this is not working and I tried this one. This approach worked. Dependencies installed. Now start the gateway. And so these dependencies, if we look at ran 3 commands and what commands it ran, see, we have it set the path and step 2, clone the Hermes agent gateway to this and cloning into Hermes agent, path setup, Python, VNV, and install. And these are the 2 things that it did, but the Python version issue. So all of these, one of the things that would make your life so easy is depending on other AI agents, builder agent or a coder agent. A Codex can do this for you too, setting up the backend. Or I should have tried with Hermes itself, see how that goes. I wrongfully tried to do this with Claude Code out of habit. But I believe Hermes can do this for realistically. Because if I go to terminal and look at what Hermes was able to do for us, for example, if you look at this, all of these commands, running this command, gateway restarting, and all of this is an intelligent agent. This is Codex GPT Codex 5.4 was able to run a bunch of commands for us. So I could have told GPT, hey, I am running this thing. I'm setting up my Hermes workspace and I'm running into these issues. I want you to go fix it. And the exact steps of what you're seeing here, obviously rely on Opus more than Codex. I'm not sure if you are into Anthropic or OpenAI, but these are the steps that would usually fix it. So once this backend is done, I will start speaking again. Okay, it is actually doing the work. Gateway is already running from your early Hermes setup. Now go back to Workspace and it'll show setup screen, click auto start Hermes gateway. Come here, click on auto start. Maybe a good thing if I refresh connecting to backend. Auto start. Okay, let's see what should detect the already running gateway and connect. Go to localhost 3000 in your browser. The Workspace should connect now. Is it working? So I still see an error in the same error that we were seeing earlier, but it should be a simple issue. Set path.env, now restart Workspace dev, kill the current one and rerun npm dev. So or if you need me to do it, yeah, I think it did already. So let's refresh just in case to start. No, maybe it said let's npm dev. I'll open my terminal and go to the terminal which has the okay. That was not the plan. npm dev localhost 3001. Let's copy this. Copy. So it finally worked. There was an issue earlier and I managed to fix it. And I managed to ask Hermes agent that there is an issue, and then it ran few commands and looked through the files, and there was an issue with web API, and it fixed it all by itself. All I had to do was give commands. And it took a bunch of tries, right? So realistically, you're looking at 10-15 minute time savings here, at least. If you are not technical, this will drive you nuts, right? And I don't want mobile access right now. I just want to show you this is like the level 1 from just using your chat to using this. And you can chat with the agent here right now. You can browse its memory, everything it remembers, every skill it's created. You can run terminal commands all from this window. This is what most users are using it right now. But I personally need more. I need my Fathom meetings in here. I need my outreach data. I need my client projects. This workspace doesn't have that. It's a general purpose dashboard. So I started using Opus 4.6 again. I think my extra usage is kicking in. But before that, now that we installed this Hermes workspace, let me give you a quick overview of what this is. We can look at every panel. This is the chat. As you can see, I added some message and gave me step by step on the way I work with AIs. The way I like to work with AIs is there are some steps that AIs can do, some of the steps they can't do and they want us to do. So anytime I ask it how to configure a cron job, give me step by step, how many of these steps can you do and I should do? Okay. This is basically chat. This is where you actually talk to Hermes. Same thing as terminal, but in browser. You type a message, Hermes will respond and it will stream text as well. And tool calls will also happen in real time, like little cards that show you what tool it's using, what arguments is passing back and forth. And if I want to do a 9 a.m. email, how to set that up. Should I give you Gmail access first? And when I send this message, you can see the little card that is thinking, and once it responds, it will show the response. And the models that I can use from my subscription is also available here. So next up, we have files. This is like your Workspace file browser. You can navigate your project, open files, edit them here. You can use the Monaco editor that they have. This is useful when Hermes creates a skill or writes a script. You can actually see it right here without switching to your file explorer. Previously, if Claude Code were to do something like this, I have to open anti-gravity or I have to open my folder to watch it, like Visual Studio Code. But now I don't have to. And we have Terminal. Terminal has full shell access right in the browser. This is a real terminal. You can run any command. People use this to monitor their Hermes gateway, and you can check logs or run scripts alongside their chat. You're chatting with Hermes on the left and running terminals on the right. So everything is one window. To test this, we can run a quick command like Hermes version and we'll get the version. So that is terminal. And we have jobs. Right now it says not available, but this is where it gets really interesting. Hermes has a built-in cron system similar to Cloud Code scheduled tasks or OpenClaw's Cron Jobs. So you can schedule tasks and run automatically if you want, every hour, every morning, once a week. And the jobs panel will show you every scheduled task and when it last ran and what it's running next and the output. So for example, you could say every morning at 9 a.m., you can check your famous news sites like maybe Hacker News for any AI news and send me a summary on Telegram. You can just say that and Hermes will create a cron job, runs it on schedule and delivers the result to your phone automatically. No code, no N8N, no make.com. Just from one sentence, it will build the whole thing. And the better your model, better it will perform. If you having a hard time, if you're using like a free model or a local model, you might have to use a better model to set this up. You might have to spend some API, or if you use your GPT subscription, that's fine too. But people are doing wild things with this. I've seen someone set up a cron that monitors their competitors' pricing page every 6 hours and send them a telegram alerts when something changes. And another person has one that pulls their Stripe revenue every Monday morning and sends a Slack summary to their entire team. And remember, these cron jobs can have skills attached. So meeting note taker, we are about to build a meeting intelligence agent. You could schedule it to process your Fathom meetings or your Fireflies meetings every night at midnight and have a summary waiting for you in the Telegram when you wake up, listing all the action items that you need to do that day. And how amazing is that? So now we have memory. This is under knowledge memory. This is where Hermes stores what it knows about you and your environment. So it uses two files. One is memory.md, and this is essentially the agent's personal notes. The things it learned about the tools, your project structure, workarounds it discovered, and user.md is your profile, your preferences, and your communication style, and how you like things done, right? And these are small files, about 2000 characters, maybe 2200, I think to be exact, but they're loaded into every single session. So every time you start a new conversation, Hermes already knows who you are, how you work, and it doesn't start from zero. So if you haven't watched my OpenClaw masterclass, I used something called introducing yourself to AI. I have a strategic context prompt So this is a level 1 context prompt. It is for beginners who want to avoid starting each conversation from the beginning. And was initially made for using with chat models, but it works well with OpenClaw. It works well with Hermes, any agent, even Claude code. So if you look at my context, what is your name, your title, organization, key responsibilities, your work style, including communication style, your approach, your preferences, current projects, challenges, goals, areas of interest, specific ways you want AI to help you, and preferred behavior. So all of this is only level 1 and it's already 1 page long. And if you go level 2, it's really deep. And level 3, I can't even begin. This is like enterprise level. It could take good 10 hours or more to finish the whole thing, 10, 15 hours. So I will add all of this. So you can add this in your user.md file. Not everything, but at least the level 1 context. It knows exactly who you are and what you do, everything. And we have skills. This is like the brain of the learning system. Every skill Hermes creates lives here. You can browse them, read them, edit them, install new ones. So this is a marketplace that's already available right here for GitHub issues, PowerPoint, popular web designs. These are available already pre-built, but in the community hub, we have close to 2000 or over 2000 skills, everything from GitHub PR workflows to even Kubernetes management. But the real power is not the pre-built ones, it's the skills Hermes creates itself. So it will create skills based on what you do and how you work. And when you give this a complex task, something that takes 5 or more tool calls, Hermes records the entire process, every API call, every decision, every step, basically. Then it asks itself, can I package this into something reusable? And if the answer is yes, it writes a skill file and a markdown document with detailed instructions, pitfalls to avoid, or any lessons learned during the process, and any verification steps. And the next time you ask for something similar, it doesn't start from scratch. It will run the skill faster, cleaner, and it will be more consistent. And if something changed, let's say you added a new data source, it refines the skill. And this is what I really loved about Hermes. This is like procedural memory, and the agent is literally writing its own playbooks. And I did not see that anywhere. The sessions here is where you can see all of your past sessions, every conversation you saved. You can click any of these and you can pick up where you left off. You can continue. This is a session when I was having issues with it and I was not working. Previously was GPT Codex, which I hit limits with. So $20 plan does have its limit. You cannot use it like you do with the regular $200 subscription. So Hermes also has a full text search across your sessions. So 6 months from now, you want to ask a question, right? If you want to search about a certain thing, let's say Google is the word I want to search. Anything that I spoke about or said, if it's in skill, if it's in chat, if it's in file, everything will show up here. And this is a game changer for a lot of people. So this is Hermes Workspace. You've seen dashboard, chat, files, terminal, jobs, memory, skills, sessions, everything in one window. But here's what it doesn't have. It doesn't have my Fathom recordings, my meeting recordings, my outreach data, my client pipeline, my CRM. So this workspace is a general purpose command center. I need something specific to my business. So let's go to level 2 and we will use Claude code to build, and Hermes will run and learn from this. Before we build out our application, I want to show you something called Claude. This is my mission control where my agents can come in and start working. This is one of the earliest versions, or actually the version that I continuously improve and give to my community. This is where I test out new things and skills and tools. It has a ton. To give you some context, this is what we are building today, a meeting intelligence agent, where we have all the meetings that I had, like hundreds of meetings or 1,700 meetings. Which month has how many number of meetings? What are my busiest days? What are external organizations I had meetings with? All of that in detail, and each call will have key takeaways, topics, next steps, action items linked so it knows which team member to contact, all their emails and everything. So this is what we are trying to build. And not just this, taking whatever we have in this, what's happening in your meetings day to day, and sending a digest, learning from it. And if it's discovery calls that you're looking at, how to write proposals, how to create prototypes, and all of that will make Hermes do it. And you might be wondering, okay, you built an application, a web app. How does an agent control it? So it is just only scratching the surface, right? We have some YouTube related apps that I built here. And I also have a research hub, autonomous brain. I have an email agent that I can send emails with. This is actually in test, but we have another agent that is actually sending the emails and everything. So this is also something we would build, and we will track how many opens, how many bounces, how many delivered, how many clicked, all of that engagement. We'd be able to see it, and analytics. We'll build all of this too in our outreach agent, and also phone agent. All of this I covered actually in my 10-hour OpenClaw video. I also show you how to build this light version of this mission control in that video as well. And we have some agent teams, we have multi-agent orchestration, agents that can assign work to each other, and completely autonomous autopilot. We talk about a lot of things. So that is not the key. Now, all the three topics that we are going to discuss here is significant improvement from what I discussed in my past video. So if you are wondering how we are going to connect the agents from whatever application that you're building to this, is we have something called integration guide. Integration guide has, agent can register their identity. It can poll for tasks. It can look at what tasks are being assigned to it, or by human or another agent, doesn't matter. It can poll, it can run crons. So there is an onboarding prompt, and this works with Cloud Code agent, OpenClaw agent, Hermes agent, anything. So the sheer amount of functionality that this has, if you look at this AI tasks, it has 14 types. And 14 types, all of these are API requests, by the way. If I open these 14 tasks, each task will further have more actions that you can take. So these are 14 different features. Task has 8 actions. You can create a task, you can update a task, delete a task, list a task, get a task. So essentially, we are giving all of these amazing features to our agents that they can take actions, they can queue the work, they can create a sub-agent or manage a sub-agent. They will create a sub-agent in their own platform, but they can also create an entry here so we can see what's happening with that sub-agent activity, all log, questions, agent where place where agent can ask you questions, status showing you in real time if they're idle, if they're online, every single minute if you want to. And assignee, subtasks, insights, budget, report, raw report, identity. So there are a bunch of actions, a bunch of tasks AI can do. And there are report webhooks. AI can generate process reports. There is goal analyzer. This is related to API. You can create Office. You can create animated workspaces where you can create a bunch of little agents that they can work when you assign tasks. It's so funny to watch, but that's a video for another day. And if you want to get access to this, we are going to build this, by the way. And if you have to skip everything and get this so you can set this up in one click, it's available in Agents in a Box. And we have a bunch of things in here, the main mission control, and we have templates of every video that I make. And I have a masterclass where we take an idea, raw idea, to prototype to production. And we also do 3-hour hackathon sessions every week, every weekend on Saturday, where we build live applications and give that away at the end. So if you are interested, do check that out. And before we begin, I want to just add a quick disclaimer. This is not how I usually build systems, because this is not how to build your systems kind of video. This is more of a how to use Hermes agent to improve your business or agency kind of video. How do I do this if I'm building a full-blown application, a real application? If I look at my workflow, if I want to build an actual application, this is what I would do. I would create a 5-layer context. Call this a knowledge fortress. We have documentation layer, PRDs, database schemas, UI, UX. Security layer, robust security best practices. Claude Code has some, Codex has some, whichever application that you're using has unique security documentation that you need to follow or frameworks to follow. So technical layer, prompting best practices, tech stack selection, strategy layer, personal preferences and project direction, knowledge layer, research any historical interactions that you have about this project or any research that you did online. All of this combined goes to the cloud project that we are doing in your builder agent. So it goes to a folder. It can be a markdown file, PDF file, doesn't matter. So what is the actual workflow? Workflow looks like something like this. From idea to context generation, whichever idea. So let's say we are building this agency mission control or Hermes mission control. So it goes from idea to generating context. We have a chat with Claude, Opus 4.6, and generates just the documentation layer. Everything else is standard. We already have it. And then once we generate this 5 layers of context, we generate a prototype. And how do you generate prototype? I like to use Lovable because that's where I can create amazing designs. Now, from the past month or so, we've been using Google Gemini 3.1 Pro, which is amazing. And then once you build that prototype with amazing looking UI UX, you will build logic. You will build the actual backend, actual front end, and you wire it with Supabase or AI models and create integration guide. We are building applications that both humans and agents can use. How do humans use beautiful UI UX? How does agents use it? Through API, building all the edge functions. We do that. And finally, we deploy. And also, most people don't realize this, how important this is. This is agentic AI. This is architecture for efficiency. I distinguish agent roles into 3 categories. This is to maximize efficiency and control costs. I have been creating content using vibe coding tools from October 2024. So I've been doing this for a really long time. And I categorize agents into 3 areas. Orchestrator agent, builder agent, and executor agent. So Orchestrator agent is your OpenClaw. This will be like the manager that will coordinate the task and will delegate to other agents and handle edge cases. All of that will be your Orchestrator. And your builder agent is your Claude Code, Codex. This is your developer that will write the code and construct the systems. And executor agents, these can be sub-agents or agents themselves. Like you can use Claude Code Agent SDK, or you can use OpenClaw, or you can use Hermes, or you can use OpenClaw sub-agents as executor agents as well. These will be your specialized workers that complete specific tasks. Okay, before we start building, I need to address something because this is a question that most people have. Should I use OpenClaw or Hermes? Or did Hermes kill OpenClaw? Or should I switch? I used both extensively. I have a 10-hour OpenClaw masterclass on this channel. So let me give you a honest answer, not the clickbait version. So they are not the same tool. They don't even compete in the same category, in my opinion. Think of it this way. I covered it in the intro as well. OpenClaw is your Swiss Army knife. It has 50 plus platform connections, Claw Hub with over 13,000 community built skills. It has native Telegram, Docker, 170,000 people in their Discord, thousands of contributors, 346,000 GitHub stars. It does everything. It's like a general purpose workhorse. It does a ton. But Hermes is your specialist. It has 65,000 stars and it's fastest growing agent on GitHub right now. From the time I started this video till now, it gained over 35,000 stars. So it does fewer things, but the things it does, native self-improvement or 3-layer persistent memory, skill creation that, compounds over time, it does better than anything else on the market. Now, I want to be fair. OpenClaw has been catching up. They have been, they added memory wiki for cross-session memory in recent update. And it's like the highest rated skill on all of Claw Hub is actually a self-improvement agent skill that mimics what Hermes does natively. So the community is building as a plugin, but in Hermes, it's the core architecture, not an add-on, right? But here's my honest take on what category on where each one wins, right? So this is when it comes to self-improvement, OpenClaw, it's an add-on. It is available in Claw Hub, but in Hermes, it is native. It is the core feature. And memory wiki, it is across sessions. Hermes agent, it has 3-layer persistent memory. When it comes to speed, OpenClaw, if we call it standard, Hermes is almost 40% faster on repeated tasks because it has skills. And the stability, there is, frequent breaking updates with OpenClaw, a lot of contributors, lot of friction, lot of, they're improving, but breaking all the time. Hermes is more stable. Am I saying it's perfect? Not at all. It's not even close, but comparatively more stable than OpenClaw. And skills ecosystem, Claw Hub has over 13,000 skills. And Hermes agent has some inbuilt skills, has community skills, but the biggest value comes from self-generated skills and self-improved skills. And when it comes to integrations, OpenClaw has more than 50 plus platforms, and Hermes has 6 native channels, and it works with any API. And Telegram native built in both of these platforms. And when it comes to GitHub stars, 346,000 stars. You know how viral OpenClaw was. Every person and their dog was starring just out of the virality. Not saying everyone is using it today, but 65 plus, this is slow, steady, and it's, one of the fastest growing right now. And by the time this video is aired, it might have more than 100,000, 200,000, who knows. Community, 170,000 Discord members. And Hermes agent is built by New Research. I don't think they have a Discord. Code quality is good for OpenClaw, better for Hermes, according to reports. Best for orchestration and multi-level. Hermes agent is more for execution, deep work, learning, autonomy. Now, here's what comments are saying. I like to review all the, most viewed videos across the topic. For example, Alex Finn's video has more than 95,000 views at the time of filming this. And there are other videos talking about Hermes as well. But some of the top comments that I'm reading is, after a day of playing with Hermes, I deleted OpenClaw. And some people say, I switched from OpenClaw to Hermes and it's night and day in code quality. And then the third person said, I tried Hermes for 15 minutes and gave up OpenClaw immediately. And I have a lot more people that talk to me, talk about Hermes, how significant improvement they've seen. Obviously, the features that matter most to them, Hermes doing it so much better. But there is also the other side, right? OpenClaw's ecosystem is bigger. OpenClaw has way more integrations and 50 plus platforms. And I run both. But I see OpenClaw as an orchestrator and Hermes as an executor. So the real answer, it depends on what you're building. And if you need a multi-platform orchestration hub, ton of integrations, 13,000 skills on Claw Hub, Docker deployment at scale, OpenClaw is still the play. Both have native Telegram, by the way. It's not just one. If you need an agent that gets better over time and remembers your business context across all the sessions, and it creates its own standard operating procedures and produces higher quality code, Hermes is the play. But honestly, Power Move is both, in my opinion. OpenClaw as an orchestrator delegating tasks, Hermes as your executor doing all the deep work and autonomy. That's what I built in my system. If you go to my Agents in a Box community, we have something called Claw Buddy. That's the exact system, being OpenClaw as an orchestrator, everything else as execute. A Claude Code agent, Hermes agent. You can add other OpenClaw agents as executors or sub agents as executors. So if you're interested, see you there. We do 3-hour weekend hackathons. It's amazing. You can find one on the About page if you're interested on how that works. Next section is migration guide. Now, for those of you who watched my OpenClaw masterclass and you're thinking, okay, Mani, I'm sold. I want to switch to Hermes. How do I actually migrate? Do I lose everything? No. Here's what. The most valuable thing you build in OpenClaw is not the agent, it's your context. Your strategic prompts, your skills, your memory, all of that will transfer. And I've put together a complete migration guide. The link will be in the description below. It has everything that you would need. And you can, the complete step-by-step migration in 5 commands. And I also added whatever I described right now is also included in this guide, a quick table on where each of these two shines. And you can run both, like I said. And the first step is to find your OpenClaw data. And this is how I would have showed you, but this is not my main machine. OpenClaw is running in my Mac Mini. I don't use it on my main machine. So if you want to run it, this is the first step. You need to find your OpenClaw data and you will see all the skills memory config .env, and you need to copy one by one. You start by copying the skills, and this is the expected output, and you transfer the context and then system prompts, and then you will start with moving your API keys, and you start your Hermes and introduce yourself. If you want this guide, it will be available in the 3rd or 4th link in the description. It's completely free. You can get it. At any point, if it's not working or some of the skills are not going through or working fine, I added a troubleshooting section, what you should be doing. And if you want to run both simultaneously, what happens. And if you run into any challenges, you can comment in the video. I will see, comment whenever I have some time. But if you need more support, you can join school as well. Okay, now you know the difference and you know how to migrate. Let's build something. So what are we doing here? We are building using Claude Code, Builder Agent, and our Orchestrator and Executor will be Hermes. And we build this mission control application for both humans and agents to use. And humans interact with UI UX, and the agents will interact with API. That is the takeaway from what I've just explained. So before we start, at the bare minimum, we need a Claude MD file to begin with. So how do you come up with this Claude MD file? I'm actually doing a masterclass on Claude Code next week. As soon as this video is up, and if it's over 1 week, it should have been up on my channel already. So I really encourage you to check that out. But what we are doing in this Claude.md file is basically whatever we are building. So if you look at this markdown file, mission control, what are we doing? Command center web app that visualizes and control Hermes agent system. 3 integrated roles, a meeting intelligence, outreach autopilot, custom dashboard. So the front end, we are using React, Beat, and Tailwind CSS. Backend, this agent, Hermes agent run autonomously, Builder Claude Code agent, APIs, Fathom, Resend, Hermes gateway, and now messaging, Telegram bot for mobile notifications. And we have, I should have blurred that, but we do have all of this to go off of. And I also created a design.md file. This is important because we want our application to look really nice, like dashboard meets sci-fi command center. The reason I like to create this design.md file or give this Claude Code or any of my builder agents some kind of an inspiration. It is humans, not the agents, that will see the application. Agent can use API and doesn't care how the UI looks, but I care. I like having to look at really good applications and interact with it and use it. So we have a couple of options where you can go to Dribble and you can search for dashboard for really good looking dashboards. And you can do the same thing with v0.dev also. And you can look for community templates. You don't have to pay for anything. If you like something, you can either take a screenshot for the inspiration that you can use it for building this application, or you can just rely on design MD file that we created. So I like this one better, but I will say I need this in a blue theme. I will copy this and I will go to this builder agent and I will just say read Claude.md file. We are building that application. And I need to give you the API key for fetching my Fathom meetings. And also, I'm hoping the UI would look something like this. Futuristic. This has a green theme, but I want to go with the blue theme. Feel free to improve the visual aesthetic of this application, make it futuristic, and also let me know how to add the API keys securely in the chat. Also, I don't want to share my API keys in the chat, nor you should display them in the chat. Tell me what the secure way to share them is. You can give me a .env.local file for me to update. So this is the prompt I'm starting with, and all of the prompts, all of the Claude.md files and everything will be shared in a free guide. Find the second link in the description that says kit. You can get it for free. Now we have a place to add these API keys securely. But if you look at the folder itself, we can't see it. It's hidden. So you need something called an IDE, or those of you who don't know what an IDE is, it's a code editor, Visual Studio Code, Anti-Gravity, all of these are IDEs. So I will open the folder. Once I open this Hermes mission control, once I open the folder, I should be able to access.env.local. So it already populated my Supabase URL, and now it's asking me for my Fathom API key. So I will just add the Fathom API key and the Resend API key here. If you don't know what both of them are, I will cover that in a minute. But I won't be opening or showing my API keys on here. Okay. So Fathom is a note taker that joins my meetings automatically and takes notes. And it's amazing the level of detail that you can get, the questions you can ask. It can even, you can ask questions across all of your meetings, and it can go through 1,715 meetings I have so far and get answers from there. It takes some time, it is slow, and it's not even perfect. It's not like Opus level intelligence. It may be some GPT mini or a HiQ kind of thing, but it's cool to have. So to get your API key, you need to go to settings, you need to scroll down, and it doesn't matter what note taker that you are using, Fireflies, Otter, all of these will have an API key that you can get from wherever you have your meetings. Also, I realized something when I was adding the API keys. It also has where to get these API keys from. I thought this is really convenient. You don't even have to go to your browser and do all of this manually. Okay. And now I replaced my Fathom API key. I want you to make the API calls and let me know how many meetings I have. Based on that, we will make a plan to import it over. So it will take a while because Fathom doesn't have a feature to check how many meetings we have right away. It has to do some pagination stuff. And there is also a bit of rate limit. It has to wait a minute, check again. So it is a 5 to 10 minute thing, but I will be back when it's done. It almost feels like Cloud Code is a bit lazy today. It would come back after all the meetings are done. Right now it says your Fathom account has around 1,160 plus. Actually, I do know that my Fathom account has over 1,712 meetings, but I don't need everything. I need all the calls that happened in the past 45 days. Let's import them to our Supabase and create a new table with relevant details: date, meeting name, transcript, summary, action items, company name if you can figure it out, emails, any kind of details that you can type of the call. We are bringing over 45 calls. And also I'm giving you the UI, UX of the application that I like. You can follow the design.md guidelines that are available in your folder. Also, make this app really futuristic. And my inspiration has a green theme in it, but I want a blue theme. So I will add the screenshot that we have earlier. I will send Claude code. I use this plan mode where it plans first and then I prove the plan. But again, I'm not doing this like a builder tutorial. So I'm doing these things a bit differently now. So usually if we do plan mode, it will come up with proper to-do list and update the to-do list as it goes, and it works really well. But this is going to take a bit of time. We already have the API key. We already gave it the inspiration. Now it's up to Claude to build this basic structure, basic foundation for us to use for our next phase. It took some time, but it managed to create some. This is pretty good for the first try, especially when we are not using any tool like Lovable or Google Gemini Pro to do UI UX. And if this is coming up with the first go, then it's nice. Right now, I do like the elements. I like the class morphic design. I like the glow animations, and it actually fetched the 30-day meetings. And meetings I have are up to date. And you can see April 6th. And then I open the meeting, nothing is happening, which is okay. We only asked it to build the skeleton of this application. And it was a big task. So moving forward, what I try to do is maybe go to plan mode. And then we also have a bunch of things we can do. So 111 meetings for the last 45 days. And we have good lots of existing tables, but no Fathom meeting. Okay, this is happening because we are reusing an existing Supabase database. If you are using a free tier and you need to log in to Supabase CLI, and once you give access, Claude Code will take care of the rest. You don't have to manually run SQL code. So for those of you who haven't logged into Supabase CLI, and Claude Code can ask you from time to time, this is the SQL code. I want you to run it in your account. In the prompt itself, I gave in the environment variable, I started with the project URL and anon key. It knows. Even if you don't have Supabase CLI, I think that is enough to a certain extent. Now, you can see the number of turns, fetch 45 meetings, and then loaded tools and ran 2 commands, ran 7 commands, user tool, installing all dependencies, reading all the files. So it did a bunch of things, and of all of the things, once it's done, app is running, looking great. I can see right side of your screen, sidebar with Hermes branding, dashboard navigation. Okay, this is good. Now that's your second monitor showing different Chrome window. So it was using Claude and Chrome. I can see the Hermes Mission Control app running beautifully in center of your screen. Here's what's visible. So it actually took control of the entire screen. It was weird because I did give access to the computer use. It can now see the entire screen, which is great. Here's what we accomplished, fetched all the meetings, Fathom 45 days with full transcript summaries. Perfect. Now I want some visual improvements. Okay, tell me prompt. Now I want some visual improvements to this application. Right now, if you look at the text, it is really tiny. And the sidebar menu is ugly and it is not readable. In some areas, text is just too light. We need to make it brighter, whiter. And also, I would need a dedicated page for these meetings as well. Based on what you have in Fathom meetings table, I want you to come up with a visually pleasing page design. Let's make a plan for it. I want you to do 2 things in this pass. First is improving the text size, making it visually pleasing. And the second thing, creating a page for each meeting, a page loader, design a visually pleasing page based on what we have, data that we have in Fathom meeting, but also add additional sections, leave additional dedicated sections for Hermes to add notes or generate proposals or generate custom action items on top of what Fathom already generated. Hermes Insights is a section I'm looking for in this page. And anything you feel like Hermes can add to this page should be taken into account as well. So when you do this in plan mode, whatever you say, it will take that. And this is why I love plan mode. Imagine you are explaining AI a simple command, right? You're saying, hey, I want to build an amazing web page. That's it. When you go to an AI like Opus 4.6, maybe you can get away with it because it follows the best practices it knows. And it will think, okay, user is asking me to create a web page. What do I know about it? And if I have introduced myself as an AI agency owner and I sell these services, it would assume, okay, Mani is asking me to build him a web page. It will assume everything else. It will assume the tech stack. It will assume whatever it needs to create this web page. Now, models like 4.6, they will ask you for certain context. Oh, before I go out and build, this is what I would need from you. What is this page about? What do you need? Do you have any assets? All of these questions, which is great. But for the sake of our example, what I'm telling you is, if you give the same thing to the plan mode before it goes to an actual AI and actual AI works on it, it will make this amazing plan. Whatever you give it, it will update it. Right now, when we open the plan, it will show you so much more than what I initially gave. It would talk about the tech stack things. It would talk about Shadzi and UI components. And it would say, for this page, these are the sections that are important. And because I don't even know what it created for tables, right? What are the columns that are available in Supabase? I don't even know that. But this AI knows. And if I skip the plan mode and just give this command, it will come up with something that it assumes. Now, a lot of things will be lost in this assumption. And plan mode, we will show you. Imagine this prompt going to an AI and whatever the plan AI creates going to AI. This is significantly better than the previous version. And we will see that once the plan is done. So it created a really detailed plan. It's amazing. So if you look at the context, it says mission control app is running. The text is too small, too dim. And then meeting detail page is too basic, just 3 tabs. Needs to showcase a page for filming. And also we need to understand, because meetings page only had this external, internal, and it is not routing, it is not giving me a dedicated page. So assume that there is no meeting page. There might be meeting page. We will see. So sidebar, make nav readable, dashboard, brighten everything, meetings, metric cut, this step 3. So imagine this prompt going to Claude. And it took a good 7 or 8 minutes to come up with this plan. So that's why I don't go to plan mode for simple edits. For simple actions, I will just ask it directly. Opus is smart enough to handle that. But when I need something really detailed, big, or when I'm doing this for the first time, usually I would go with the plan mode. Now, I've been doing something about this application. After visual improvements, the spacing looked a bit off and the text was a bit slow. The padding, everything, it almost felt like it was made with a junior dev or a novice, right? Even though Opus 4.6 is a good model, sometimes you cannot just ask this to improve itself. It doesn't work. It stops at one point. So what I started doing initially is using Claude chat models to improve my code models, or using Codex to improve Claude code models. How does that work? It's almost like King Solomon's advice. It doesn't work for him. It works for everyone else. So it's that kind of thing. So I've been making some changes. I said it doesn't look like there is padding in corners. Logo has empty space before the menu starts. Maybe should be add a mission control. So you can talk to this like a friend, and it won't go out and make a plan like we did for 8 minutes, 9 minutes. It will answer you under a minute. And this is what it came up with. And I've been fixing it in few rounds now. So we have this checklist, this round 3. I will copy this. We are asking for some padding. We are asking it to move it to middle somewhere here and improve the spacing. I don't think I added spacing. I will ask that here. Also, I'm not sure if you realize the dashboard, some of the cards, they look like they are overlapping. There is no proper spacing. We need to work on that as well. So I haven't sent in the round 3 prompt yet. I want you to update. So used to clicking this before it generates. So I will just add this. I know it is going to give a round 4. So we have everything we need. We'll copy the whole prompt. It's a really big prompt and paste it, hit send. It will take some time, obviously, because it will update the to-do list. So whenever we give it like a proper checklist, proper prompt like this, it will come up with this to-do. You can see rebuilding app layout, rebuild sidebar, fix dashboard, fix main content padding, build trust and verify. So now it has access to this site. It can see the site. And it is also using the computer to take control and looking at the site as well. So we should have an update within a few minutes. This is done and this got significantly better. I don't think it still has the padding. I will do one last pass. You don't have to, if you're okay with it, it's fine. But I want my other agent to comment on. So I observed this, any prompt that you give, you can be sure that 80% of this is being worked on. That's what this Claude told me. I don't think code agent worked on padding at all. The corners, it still looks going to the edges. And also it fixed the padding between individual cards. But when I look at the sections, they're still overlapping. It fixed the row, but not the column, if that makes sense. So I will do one last visual polish and call it work on our actual features. But if you were to use this in your actual workflows, you would want something that's visually pleasing. You want to feel like using it. Obviously, we will have an integration guide for other agents can come in and use it. So that will be my next prompt. Once this is done, this is what we are going to do. We are going to ask it to create an integration guide page that will have all the functions that this app is capable of, doing it in such a way that both humans and AI agents can use it. How does AI agents use it? They have edge functions. We need to create Supabase edge functions to pull that off. So let's see if the prompt is done. Yes, it is done. While this is done, I want to discuss what it said for the honest take or something. When code agent partially completes a multi-part prompt like this, it usually means it stopped at the first file it could find a match in and didn't traverse up to the root layout. 2 ways to prevent this next time. Tell it explicitly which file to edit instead of add outer padding. Say open app.tsx or whatever the root layout is and wrap top level div with padding container. So run the visual test yourself before accepting. Okay, also by the way, the logo block, bill, stat cards, all of them are nice. It automatically opened it and it's checking what the issue is. So the code agent says they're already fixed and it is confirming visually, but I don't see it. I don't think you see it too. It's choosing Opus 4.6. The prompt that we ran last time is, you can see it added padding right, and also everything else is fine. But when I try and open this, it is failing. It is not opening. So I went to my Claude code agent and asked it, great, it works. But when I open one of the meetings, go to a blank page, for example, the first meeting I open, it's the routing working. So once whatever it built so far is working, we go to the next stage. What is the next stage? I want to build a webhook. I don't want to manually sync meetings every day. I want to happen it automatically. As soon as a meeting is done, it has to show up in my database. How does that happen? I have to set up few things. We need to create a webhook, and you need to add that webhook into our Fathom to show that, okay, anytime you have a meeting, send this data to the webhook. And this webhook is made in our Supabase in our application. So it is not tied to your local machine. You don't have to keep it on to make it work. It runs automatically. The meetings will show up in the database automatically. So let's see. It said it fixed it. And when I open it, still not. We didn't do a refresh. Okay. Even then, it's not working. Meetings. Okay. Second meeting is working. What about third meeting? Some meetings are working. They're opening. For example, out of 3 meetings that are listed, second one is opening, first and second leads to a blank page. So I will take a screenshot of this and share it. And someone, you're not seeing the wait times in the video because we've been cutting it out. But someone said accurately, one of the worst things about vibe coding, however magical this technology is, vibe waiting. I'm not sure if this is a popular term. I heard it from someone. The sheer amount of time you have to wait for this to finish is crazy. And obviously you can multitask, you can work on other things, come back, but it breaks the flow. And I think devs have it easy now. I've been I graduated in 2015. So I've been in tech for more than 10 years at this point. It's easier now more than ever to build applications, do things. But it's also gotten to a point where you're not doing anything except speak the words. Everyone these days are using these speech to text models. And I think if you haven't been using it, it is one of the biggest unlocks. I'm not even kidding. For example, I will show you my stats. I was using 2 applications, and this is the main application. And to give you some context, it saved me 442,000 words, and that's 4 days of typing. And I've been using it, I think, almost 8 months now, not even 1 year. And it's completely changed the way I work and makes you so much faster. And with all the tools right now, it's one of the important things, edges that you can put. Unwrap, double encoded JSON, React added, safe parse. Okay, let's refresh before we try. Yes, that's what. Still didn't work. Okay, Command Shift R. Let's do a hard refresh. So the second meeting, which was working earlier, is also working. It did not fix the issue. I want you to research deeper why that's happening. I did the hard refresh and it did not work. I want you to make a plan and fix it and be thorough. Okay, quick lesson here. I've created a plan. If you see 3 changes in 2 files, it identified the root cause in a bunch of areas. Line 383 of meeting detail renders directly inside a p tag. Fathom stores assignee as an object, not a string. React cannot render objects as JSX children. This throws. So this always existed. There was a problem, but I was not able to identify when I did not make a plan. it depends on how much time you have or how you want to make this work. Usually, people keep trying the first approach till they brute force it. Now, I tried 3, 4 obvious things, but I think this is the one. So you can naturally end up at this solution, and also not every problem has to have one solution. You can have other solutions as well. And maybe this is not the only issue or only problem there is. So, 2 things here. What should you do? I will share what I would do. Anytime I ran into error, the first time I ask it to, hey, this is not working. Can you fix it? And once it does that and comes up with a response, I will try. If it fixes, great. Usually, it doesn't fix the issue. What do? I would say I can sit here. If I'm prepared to do it 6 more times, saying, hey, this did not work, this did not work, this did not work. And usually I'm not. I don't want to do that. Will that be twice? No, maybe not. I don't know. That's why if one time fails and it did not fix the issue the first time, I will go to plan mode. Because plan mode, 8 out of 10 times will fix the issue. Because now it has a lot of time to review, go deeper, and do a bunch of things. So yeah, the issue is fixed. So the hack obviously worked. What is the next step? Like I said, we can go to Hermes right away, but that's not valued, right? I wanted to show you the complete engine. So the next part in my meeting intelligence engine is automatic webhooks. So if you look at my Claude Buddy application that I'm giving in my school community, and if I open meeting intelligence, all of this is happening automatically. In my automation section, I can go to functions and webhook. I created a Fathom meeting function, and this is the Fathom meeting webhook. So I will take a screenshot of this and say, you don't need a screenshot. You can just explain this to Claude Code and it would be able to figure it out. And whatever tool that you're using, let's say if you are using Fathom or if you are using Fireflies, you just need to go to the settings and you will find an API key. And within the API key, you can add an API key, generate an API key or public app, or you can edit one of the existing keys. It already has access to this API key. I will copy the webhook secret. We need to build webhooks and functions. What are webhooks and functions? Webhook is what we set up in Supabase, and functions are like the prompts a user or an agent can create based on the webhooks we have. Let's say I created a Fathom webhook. I can add this webhook to Fathom. So that way, anytime there is a new meeting, this webhook receives the data. And once it receives the data, it has to process it. So a human or an agent can prompt or add additional context. We call it functions. These functions are basically explaining in natural language what needs to happen with the data that it's receiving with this webhook. This can be simple instruction or a full-blown multi-page prompt. I'm adding a screenshot of an application that I'm currently using where I implemented this feature. And also you have access to the Fathom API key. Fathom also needs a webhook secret. This need to be included when we are building this Fathom webhook. And once you give me the webhook, I will update that in our actual Fathom application. Let's get to it. Or you can use Claude and Chrome if you want to add that manually or automatically. So that is a big prompt. I want you to come up with a detailed plan to implement this and a checklist as well. So now I want to go with plan mode. And also, if you have your favorite creator tell you something else, how they would use plan mode, I think it's completely fair because right now we are in a stage where everyone is figuring it out. So if you want to start and build things with React or Python or some established tool or language or framework, what have you, you have a standard operating procedures. Now, these technologies have been around for decades or at least multiple years now. So everyone knows about everything and they can give you details step by step. So it would be obvious if this person knows what they're talking about or bullshitting about this feature or this too. But right now with AI, I don't know whether to call this like an opportunity or it will be harder to guess because everyone is figuring out what the best practice is. I use plan mode for something, Nate Hug can use for something, Nick Serev can use for something. You can use for something else. At the end of the day, we are sharing what works for us individually. Sometimes it's work in progress. Next week, Claude changes something, launches something that will make some of this obsolete. We don't even have to go to plan mode, maybe. I don't know. But here we are today, April 8th, 2026. This is what's working for me. It might not for you or your favorite creator, but keep that in mind whenever you're watching these tutorials. This one's going to be a big plan. So it has 10 steps actually. Database migration, adding webhook secret, and then we have Supabase edge functions and query helper library, sidebar and routes, webhook list page, add webhook model, webhook detail page, function grid. So this is a really big build and it takes some time, but we will verify whether that's working or not. So we hit a minor roadblock here. So it said, I built everything, but Supabase CLI is needed for deployment. And I said, can you check if you have Supabase CLI? It said it is installed at Homebrew, ready to deploy. But all of this sudden it says, I need to authenticate first. So we are going to authenticate, and this is how you would do it. I thought this would be a good thing to include in our video. So I will open a new tab, enter to log in automatically. I think last time we used GitHub. Let's do that again. Enter the verification code and go to the terminal. You're now logged in. A new version of Base we recommend regularly updating. Okay. I will copy this and paste it with Cloud Code. If it can update it, it will update it anyway. If you have a token, you can set as environment variable. So token is also a good way to use it. Where do you find the token? You can come here, or you can just ask it to give you the access token link. So as soon as you click on the link, you will be redirected to the page anyway. So it actually created the webhooks page. And when I click on register webhook, actually created a webhook as well. If you want to resend webhook, so include in webhook page, register webhook. Now, right now it's by default giving me, I don't think I saved the new one. Oh, okay, it did save. Also, the UI is a Fathom webhook secret doesn't apply for new webhooks or every webhook. Right now, I'm trying to create a webhook, but it comes with a default webhook secret, which is not needed. We need to update both the functionality and UI. If you read this, right now, Fathom webhook is saying missing webhook ID. So what we need to do is come here. Wherever you have this, you need to click on add webhook. And the webhook that we created previously, copy it and come here, paste the webhook, my recordings, external recordings. we don't have Teams. So I want to give transcript also. We don't have. I enable basically everything that it let me enable. And then we can come back and say, I added the webhook to Fathom. It should work now. Test that. And then we already have also, we don't really need plan mode right now because these are straightforward instructions. Once I send these and then it fails, and then again it's showing me the webhook secret, which is only applicable for Fathom, not others. I would then go in and say, hey, even after I asked you not to repeat it, you are repeating it, it's not fixed. Go to plan mode. And now it takes some time, but it fixes for good. So clean build, here's what's fixed. Webhook test, webhook fully functional and operational, great. And then we have UI fixes, service selector pop-up, and we have webhook secret is conditional. Fathom's specific config. Success state only shows secret if one exists. Webhook list cards fixed existing. Resend webhook corrected service from Fathom to resend. Cleared the incorrect webhook secret. Hard refresh check webhooks. So we will go to webhooks and simple refresh is fine, I guess. Resend webhook. We have the webhook functions and events. I love this. Great job. We can create functions. We should say two things right now. Just make it so that the data that we receive from Fathom for this webhook is automatically saved to our meetings. In future, when we want to add additional functions, we can do. But for now, just save that as an automatic behavior. This way, it gives you, it almost becomes like a make.com clone, right? This is what we are basically doing with make. You trigger a webhook, you receive data, you send it to other applications via API. All these make functions are API calls at the end of the day. And now think of it like a vending machine, right? People ask me, Money, what is the difference between an innate in automation and an agent, right? The difference is you have an intelligent entity reviewing everything and doing things for you, while compared to previous innate in automation or whatever. So think of it like having a vending machine. You click a button, you receive a chip or a Coke, whatever you press that for, you will receive it. But think of an AI agent almost like a chef, right? It knows who you are, what your preferences, you like spicy, medium, mild, or it knows what dish you like, and it will create that dish, make that dish, and works anytime you want it to. So that's the real difference and why it's super valuable today, now more than ever. So that's already done. Fathom Webhook automatically upsets every incoming meeting. So the next thing is actually big build and significant step in making this work with Hermes or any other agent. We are AI-fying our application. What do I mean by that? You need to create another page called a settings page or an integration page. What this has is this integrations page will have all the API calls that an agent can do to use our application. So if it wants to read the tables, create webhooks or functions, everything a human can currently do, move certain things, fetch certain meetings, add certain meetings, create webhooks, or any other functionality that we are adding in the future, whether that's outreach or meeting or calls, I don't care. Whatever feature we humans are using, AI should be able to use it as well. An AI agent should be able to use it. So we do that by creating edge functions that an agent can call. So this is going to be a big bill, and we want to AIfy. So we are making this app usable by both humans and AI, and every future moving forward. So if you want to update that in your .md file, you can. But also, this is an important change, and we need to build that edge functions and integration guide. The idea is, as soon as I copy the integration guide and paste it to my AI agent, it should be able to pick up everything and start using the application. It can be Hermes agent, Claude code agent, or OpenClaw agent. So this is a big thing, and we need plan mode because I don't want to half-ass anything, because especially this is a big thing, right? So once it comes up with a plan, I will review the plan, and then we will see what Claude creates. So the recording failed. It created a plan. As you can see, this was before I ended this. This is a significant architectural change. And now the big one. And it came up with 19 endpoints. And I'll see if I can find any plan related language here. No, I don't. Maybe if I open this plan, will I have it? Yeah, so this is it. Make every feature and Airbase mission control usable by AI agents. Any AI agent, not just humans. So it came up with 19 endpoints that agents can call. And also, if you look at the plan, also update the Claude MD, the files that needs to change. Add a section documenting that every feature must be API accessible. Future features, outreach calls, etc. So this is a significant to do, and the to do right now, step 1, 2, 3 is done, and we have 3 more steps: building integration page, writing into sidebar, wiring into sidebar and app.jsx, and also updating Claude.md with AI first principle. Once that's done, we will review these features together, because right now we have an option to, once this is done, we will give the integration guide, whatever we generate, to our Hermes agent. And that's when this application becomes AI agent usable. And from there, because it has access to the database, because it has access to our meeting information, we can build additional tools around it and functions and skills. Because remember, Hermes is a self-improving agent. If you have Claude, if you have OpenClaw, if you have GPT, it doesn't matter. These will not improve themselves unless you explicitly say, hey, I want you to add this to lessons learned, or based on what you learned in this new proposal, I want you to update our proposal prompt. So previously, when we don't have this, we used to have a Claude project where we have all the proposals, successful proposals. So if it closes in a day, 2 days, it will be our gold standard. If something closes sooner, it will be the new one, right? But whatever we are learning, we have to still manually update the proposal prompt. This is the main proposal prompt. This is what we are learning. This is what we are doing. But Hermes takes this to a whole new level. So whenever a discovery call happens, it looks at, okay, what is the current proposal prompt that we have? And what did we learn last time? When we sent this proposal, client said, I don't want to see monthly retainer. It's too expensive for me. Do you have any hourly support that I can use? So now it automatically flags that. And in this new prompt, new skill that it's going to update, it will create, we need to do this automatically. So from last time to this time, whenever you run skill, if there is any kind of change, any kind of feedback, it automatically updates a skill. And I haven't seen that with any AI agent so far. Now we have software generators and finished exploring the thing, and it created 2 pages. I haven't asked this AI skills, but I asked for integrations through. And it has the connection details. It has the API and base API and the key that we can use for Hermes API. And it has meetings, webhooks, functions, and stats. So what I will do now is I will copy the API key and come back to our terminal where my Hermes is. You can go to Telegram as well. So I say something along the lines of, I'm planning to make you work on an integration. We will be working off of Hermes Mission Control application where I have access to all my meetings. So I will give you the integration guide. The key is you take that integration guide and let me know your thoughts. You need to save it first. Save the integration guide, and this guide will be improved upon, updated frequently, because we are also going to create outreach related solutions as well. The key is right now with the meetings, we will be creating skills for proposals, how we run a discovery calls, objections we are getting, and we will create skills off of these meetings, and we will improve these skills with new meetings. So that is the task. And if you have any feedback about the application and what are some of the features that you would use and like to see, you can suggest more. But I want you to go through this guide first. So I will, just in case, take a screenshot of this because this seems important. At the very least, I will include this screenshot in the chat. Everything else I've been using my natural language, right? So I pasted 287 lines of text. I pasted one block, 292 lines in total. This is already, let me save this integration first, then give you my thoughts. Preparing MCP skill manage. Now it is going to create skills for all of this. And I'm not really interested in that yet because I'm more interested in the self-improving, the self. So right now it says Hermes mission control. Okay, it has vision skills, but meetings. Okay, we are getting into something interesting here. Okay, meetings. We have webhooks, we have functions. What did it do? Okay, we just command. Let me save this conditional already so I don't place the big picture. Good carry saved. Let me test you into medium, schemeless URL and save context. Yeah, allow for this session. I want to actually allow this conditionally. We will set that up later, but for this session, I just want to do this. So API is live and working. Here's what I see and my thoughts. You have total meetings of 112. That is accurate. But I'm not sure if you saw 112. By the time this is recorded, I actually had another meeting. If you remember, the first meeting that we had was this one, April 8th. As of recording this, I had another meeting. And it's added automatically added. It's not like I not having any meetings between on 7. I did multiple actually, but those happened before I set up this webhook, right? So what happened after the webhook is more important. So bottom line is it is picking it up. It is showing external, internal, and the unique companies mine total hours, 75 hours of recording this week so far, 7. Right now, My thoughts on integration: strong, clean REST API, easy to work with, update insights. Action is a clear feature. I can write structure analysis back to meetings. Webhook plus functions pipeline means we can automate on new meetings. Proposal draft showed that meeting is not. What I built in this order: analysis, immediate, pull all 78 external meetings, analyze transcripts, build discovery cloud framework, skill from patterns, objection handling skill from real objections, proposal template skill. Right now, I have two things. I love to see an API. Okay. I want you to improve or actually rewrite your answer. I will give you two files. One is our proposal engine, what we are currently using, and the prompt. And the other one is discovery call prep. These two documents are directly responsible for making us $50,000 in the past 30 days. And the funny part is, it is also done by Hermes agent. So I'm confident it is not as powerful as you. So I would love for you to go at it and improve it against what you've done in these calls. And also note, all of those 72 meetings are not sales calls. I look for discovery call, 30 minutes with Manan. These are sales calls. So we need to get two things. I will do that actually away from computer, away from the screen recording, because I don't want to. I will show you our current discovery file prompt. And then actually, maybe we should use older discovery file prompt. So I actually got this from an agent. We have this on this document told me what we should do. Or this is a living document outdated after every close. So I will copy the entire thing. I will go to my terminal and paste it there first. So it knows this is a proposal document. And also for the discovery call, this is what we use. And it is also equally long. You have all of these regions. Both of them I can link it in the resources. It's not secret or anything. But this has helped us tremendously. So we have this discovery call framework and the excellence in prospect seemed in URL, company website, and core offerings. And we take all these three and create a set of questions. It also has that services, right? So whatever we create at the end, people get the best output. So we are setting this up. It is taking two things, right? It is taking the story call and also the proposal. So now it has two things. It has serious firepower. Let me save both documents as skills, pull the actual sales call from mission control, and then give you a proper result. So now we are getting into the action. This is the sauce. This is what you need. You need someone that can review not just your sales calls. It should identify what you are doing with your clients, and it will find the upsell opportunities for you, or it can find anything that you are missing, because AI does that. Let's say I do a lot of Q&A, and one of the sessions that we do is called deploy day, right? And when you go to deploy day, I'll show you what happened a couple of weeks ago. So I don't want to open it file. I just want to show you in the browser. So when I ask my Fathom questions, I will ask, how many people asked for one-on-one coaching? And you don't want to know how many people actually attended. One person might ask about possibility of one-on-one coaching, and also someone I named, Supabase also mentioned they're interested in one-on-one. So the reason I'm saying this is only 4 people attended the session, and 2 of them actually asked me for one-on-one. I work on a bunch of things. It's easy for me to use that content. I don't follow up with them. But imagine if I have an AI agent that is actually going through all of my calls, flags this conversation, says, hey, you have someone that asked for a one-on-one coach. Why haven't you reached out? Let me reach out to you instead. Vertical proposal engine version 2 before you start any proposal, convert all 5 hand of items to money, transcript notes, budget, path, URL, pricing guidance, proposal structuring. This is a skill. We have a skill. And now it is saving both of these proposal, and I think it also save discovery call framework skill, which in-house, these are the inputs that are required, optionally, not so many. How do you, so it converted all the 68 lines, but you see where I'm going with this. Now we have an agent that is going to take care of discovery calls, and you've been asking me for a bunch of permissions. Update your allow list or configuration. So you will probably yes. So we have sales calls, Mike, Jessica, Antoine, and we have few discovery call. Yeah. And we will hear transcription to that. So now you have an agent that can learn from every meeting. And also when your Gmail, which I believe you should, it knows which proposals are sent and what the response is and everything that happens. It can even generate, because this agent has the maximum context of what's going on to that point. You would be, and this would probably be the best agent or the best position to answer that before most important calls, actual clients. And once you do that, I want you to rewrite that answer, what you want to see me build to take this to next level. Because this is not going to stop at the client meeting level. We are going to look at what calls I'm having, Q&A calls, and identify opportunities. We will look at client calls like Brian or any other client meetings and find upsell opportunities. So every meeting goes through your eyes. That is what we need to set up. Do you want to set up a cron to achieve that? Or any additional features you want happen in the mission control? Let me know now. So what we did there was we allowed all of the command concerning to Hermes API. Now you won't have to worry about give access, which in the end of the day is hassle. And this is going to be for Supabase, but you should be a bit careful when you're giving any descriptive commands. Allowing or giving it the power to access to these descriptive commands. You have to be. So it's quicker than Claude code. Permissions fix data and they save every answer. I've now looked at actual data and different types of calls. Discovery calls, 30-minute sales calls, client check-ins, hot seat, onboarding, updates, everything. So now I have what I extract: qualification, pain points, deal insights. For sales calls, budget objections, close probability, client check-ins, upsell signals, churn risk satisfaction, hot seat, prospect numbers, market intelligence, onboarding, scope clarity, expectations. So I have seen people talk crap about these. Can they? I'm not sure most people are realizing how important this is. Now, all of the meetings, I was told I'm the top 0.1% user of Fathom because I sit in a lot of meetings. Till now, all of this intelligence is not going anywhere, it's just sitting there. But now, for the first time, there is an agent that can actively learn and improve itself on every single aspect and extract, trying to make my content better, trying to make my outputs better, trying to make my deal flows and or deal flow and how they close the conversion, everything better. And I cannot say how powerful this is long enough. So Hermes needs your input. I can set up these cron jobs right now. Which do you want to first meeting analyzer runs every 2 hours. Pings you on Telegram for hot leads, journalists, meeting analyzer, daily briefing, all three. Let's do. I want it all three. Three. So we have. While you're building that, do you want me to prompt my builder agent for any updates on Hermes Vision Control, or do you want me to point you towards the repository and you make the changes? I prefer the first case because I can comment, I can add my own input and improve it as we go. So I would still prefer when you give me commands so I can relay. But in the interest of time, if you want to make changes also, I can point you towards the repo, where the folder is, so you can make changes. Let me know. So this is important. At this point, because it's Opus 4.6, if I was using subscription, I would have left it to do its own thing. But now we have to worry about the extra usage. They might be running on low tokens. It's already doing these heavy cron jobs, reviewing all these transcripts. They are using software, and you can see the context building up. And why did we do that? I don't want to add the stress of coding the whole thing. Okay, so that's why I said, for now, I prefer option 1, 2, you relay, and you make it build. Perfect. So if you look at this, wow, this is amazing, right? Things I should tell you without asking: daily morning briefing to Telegram meetings today, who they are with, and what I know about them. Open action items from yesterday's meetings, account health scores, deployments, any leads going cold, weekly Friday wrap up deals in the pipeline, where they stand, total hours in meetings versus billable work, skills that got updated this week, top 3 upsell opportunities across all lines, real time instant alerts, hot lead detector on discovery call, Telegram pay. Okay, and what do we do big, but what I need from Vision Control? These are feature updates. Okay, we have, what did I miss? Waiting for model response while you're building that. Okay. All 3 Cron Jobs are live. Okay, I think this is the validation, copy paste there is spec 1 meetings. Yeah, I think that's the same thing. And it's just repeating what we give these to your builder agent in this order of priority: search transcript, unblocks pattern analysis, webhook notification, items burning into real time, tags enable pipeline tracking, bulk get performance optimization, context, long-term CRM foundation. So we are implementing everything. And ideally, I would go to plan more, but this is, if it requires plan more, it will do it on its own, is my expectation at this point. We'll see what it does. But this is a big step and a big list. While this is going on, I want to go to my terminal. Okay, let's see the to-do list. Building transcript search, spectrum meeting not tag, it is all about get configuration webhook integration. So this is why I don't use plan mode all the time when AI agents are giving instructions to other AI agents. Usually they are detailed enough. There is no room for too many assumptions and things that can go wrong. At least that's what I found. But can you send how these three alerts look like in Telegram? Next step is I will do a Resend integration where you have the ability to send email. So eventually we will change this skill to both Telegram alert and email alert. But for now, I want you to send me that Telegram alert, how each of this would look like. So I'm not sure if this is going to be 100% accurate on those things. You'll get these three separate messages, good Telegram. In the next few minutes, they're running against Studio 1.0 meetings, not templates. Once you see that, tell me what to change in the format, what's to verbose or to sparse, what data points are missing, whether the parent agency doesn't this is. Let's check, let's wait till the end. Awesome. This is what it's great. I want you, somewhere here, so my camera is not blocking. Cron Job response, mission control. Now let me compile a weekly report and send 6 meetings in total, 1 discovery call, 1 client kickoff, 1 community hot seat. Skills updated, proposal engine, 4 patches, average channel, fulfillment pattern pricing model, and added consulting only rate, $100 an hour, 6 calls with 3K for builders, 2 guidance on their work, added quarter payment option for existing clients, added multi-phase agent build pricing structure, 18.5K phase 1, and 150K plus 1 year. Added 3 new green flags to watch for. Discovery framework, 3 batches. So you see, after every sales call, it's already improving. This is amazing. And channel key patterns this week, channel partnership, new growth lever. I can build it, but I don't have the time. Fastest flows. Community members who watch their masterclass and already use the tools are closing in 24 hours. So I don't want to talk too much about clients, but multi-agent orchestration is the new high-ticket anchor. 2 big deals mentioned this week, 150K and 35K. Brian Wardy is tipping point, cash is tight. Okay, I don't want to. Okay, client calls, let's stay away from it. But now, this is amazing. Okay, I received 1 so I'm assuming the funnel or the system bugs. I should receive the others shortly as well. This is amazing. Great job. So let's see what our Claude could do. Now API has 21 new 24, total 5 new ones added. So this is a great news for Workspace. So we base it. This is just the beginning. Once you land, tell me more to tweak in the form and not too long, not too short. Whether the insights I wrote and the machine control apply. Oh, okay. I completely missed it. Hermes, enjoy that. So we go to meetings. And maybe I will hide one of these, open one of these and scroll down. We have Hermes insights. Well, positive deal probability 75, follow up within 48 hours, decision maker, pricing discussed, no, next send partnership proposal. This is amazing. At least I think that is amazing. Comment down below what do you think. And this is just a starting point, like it said. Just in this video, we will be building ton of amazing features that every business, every service business, in my opinion, should have. Like a self-evolving proposal, discovery, a client upsell system at their fingertips. This is like intelligence supercharged. Everyone I know records their meetings. They record their fan and buyer choice order. I'm sure a bunch of you who are watching this video also record these meetings. But what are they doing at the end of the day? Sales are very useful, but client calls, team calls, all of that is sitting there. But for the first time, you have a self-learning agent. I tell you what, we need to add some feedback mechanism at the insights level for each page so you can learn from effectively. I want to add that to the build as phase 2. That's coming next. Tell me what to do and how are you, how long, how often are you putting this MCT? I'm actually envisioning like a feedback button. And how often are you putting this mission control for your meetings and changes that I make? And I think this comment and feedback section will be a nice addition for me to give feedback or additional context about anything. So essentially, we need a place to communicate for me to add additional notes for each meeting and for you to work off of that. So give me a prompt that I can give my builder agent, build this. And the API is for you. So whatever the prompt that you need to set, for that you need to set to make this work, feel free to use local daemon process, anything that can make your internal or anything goes. We got a really good prompt. So this is essentially making your meetings more. We are now going into almost like production level stuff. I was not planning to go this deep because this is what we do for our actual meetings. But I'm in a role and I just want to create this and see where we end up, because I know now we are going into, you know, my agent has knowledge. It can do certain things, but combine that knowledge with your human input, it's unstoppable. So if you look at to-do list, create meeting feedback table, add 5 feedback API actions, deploy Hermes API and test all. So it's gone. It's okay. We have daily briefing, dashboard, today's action items, pipeline, client health, alerts. Okay. Now, this is amazing. It needs full data. Guys, I've already, if you remember, I was teasing it. I haven't decided whether I should do it or not. But when we are building or doing this application, I showed you how to give access to my Google Workspace. When you give your Hermes agent access to Google Workspace, it's amazing. Okay, now all 4 are live and all 3, okay, MC Assistant, meeting analyzer, daily briefing, okay, skills, feedback responder every 30 minutes. You on mission control, deal probably wrong, action size to Randy, this guy was super blind, context, and action request. Okay, give that to builder. Actually, I gave the prompt to builder, but I am hoping to give you even more visibility to what's happening in my business. So to that end, you need to access my Google Workspace account. So how can we set that up at least amount of friction? Can I give you an API key so you can set up all the Google Cloud required permissions and everything? Or should I talk to my builder agent, which is Claude Core, to do that for me? Or there is no way I could avoid some manual work here? What are we looking at? Okay, me. So you got everything from that transcription. Now it is a skill that's already there, so it knows the music if anything already set up. Now it won't be actually set up. Not set up yet. Is the honest answer what you mean? There's no way around some manual steps. Google requires you to click authorize in a browser, but we can minimize it down 5 minutes of here. That here's the split. About 5 minutes one time, go to here, create a project. So I will do that anyway, step by step. So I will move this around and I have my Google Cloud open. So that way, you know what I'm doing. You can see what I. So create a project that use existing one. So maybe you have all here is, so it's kind of wide since I used any of this. This is my list. Let's use the mini one. And I know this is made for Mac mini. So it will go API, create project, enable API and services, and click on enable API services, and you search for Gmail. Gmail API, you enable that. And now we have, okay. So next thing we search for Google Calendar API. Go to Calendar API and heading to it. I don't know how or why we ended up with test. I thought we went to the other one. It could have made a bunch of things easier. And Google Drive API. Enable this. Google Sheets API. Google Docs API. And for a second, I thought it would open Docs. People API. So once we enabled all of that, we need to go to credentials and create credentials. Okay, no, misunderstood. And create credentials and client ID to hold on an application type. In resource organization how MA and I at the growth creators.ai. I go to test, which then use another sheet. It's my bad. Okay. I can go to credentials or and this is where we need to create dimensions. Client having application type is stock application. And then click and create and download the JSON. And probably I need to black the screen. We can hang this. Okay. Go back to the occupation. And so we have I will copy the JSON file. Got the JSON file. So our builder agent actually came back to he'll meet us now. And when one of the discovery calls, we have feedback section. And now we have hit flags, we have changes, asked Hermes to reanalyze draft and all. So this class morphic design is okay for now, but in insights, correct. And hardly correct. So I think it's giving me an example on how this could be done. But this is, and I can we can go back to our agent, see what's going on. It gave me a phone, and this line can click on consent and do this stuff. Okay, let me have this going. Do we have any locals? Yeah. It's the for American Europe. Better than that, you now have access to my client communication so you can see what's going on there. But make sure you're not sending me emails unless I explicitly say so. And you usually, if it's OpenClaw, I would never do this because it's really bad against those chart create and maybe Cron something and send it up anywhere, perfect. And I just realized that then I was not charging for the extra usage for some reason. I don't know how long this would last because in client communication and Claude communication, the email that we received, they said I won't be able to use Hermes explicitly. They didn't name OpenClaw, but they explicitly named Hermes that I cannot use it for some crazy reason. My other Hermes account is also using extra usage, but it's not using it. It's actually using my current session. Do feel like it's a bit faster this time around. It's nowhere near what they said. So yeah, it might not last. It might do. It has created what we asked, the feedback and everything. What I want to do now is basically go to my agent and mention that it's ready. So we work on Resend. But now your agent has complete knowledge. Except we are going to build our outreach. So I will we will call this self-improvement AI SDR. And the idea is we have an ICP builder and a campaign creator, which can create campaigns based on you can manually upload a CSV file, or it can scrape based on the scrapers that I provide, whether that's Apify or on various scrapers. So it can either take a manual campaign where we manually upload a CSV file and it should be able to provide an example or dummy CSV that it likes the format of. So we have the manual campaign creation out and an automatic campaign creation. So for example, one of the scrapers, if we build it at Google Maps API, we can hack and we can scrape the data just by saying accounting prompts in Vancouver. And we will use an AI, we will use an API key, we will create a search query that searches on Google Maps to get that list. And once we get that list, we can create a campaign. So we have a manual campaign, we have an automated campaign. That's the first phase. And the second phase, and the second part of the application or the function is ability to create campaign. Do you want some AI customization, full AI customization? And then the third one is high level. We can create a custom lead map as well, like an AI opportunity page or something along those lines. That is the level of campaign that we want to do. And the key here is we are going to use an Resend because that's the best for testing of our developers. Once we use Resend, we can create a webhook and we can track open rate, bounce rate, delivery rate, click-through rate, everything. So the idea is when these campaigns are going on, you will learn what is happening with these campaigns and we improve our campaigns every single day, a couple of times a day needed. So you will be also using that Resend skill to send me emails about the daily briefs, about meetings, upsell opportunities, and all of that. So we are building complete self-improving AI SDR. And we already have an outreach page in our Hermes mission control application, but it doesn't really have any outreach. And this is keep this on hold. Everything that I told you is important and we are going to work on it as a second step. But for the first step, I want you to give me a prompt that I can give to my builder agent, Cloud Code agent, that can create a skills page for whatever skills you have. You need to be populating that page, these skills, and show me every day what you added, what you improved. So this is a log of how far the skills came from today, every day. It's a journey. So I want to build that next. Once that is done, once we build through the whole thing, we will work on self-improving SDR. Correct? Okay, such at 9 lines. That is a big chat indeed. I was going to take a screenshot of it and include it in a guide. But it is what it is. You would have to watch it. Got it. AI SDR is saved for step 2. First, let me understand what I'm working with skill side, then give you a builder prompt. Now, this is important for a few reasons. You can see the gem 81 skills total, 3 custom built today. Now let me save the SDR vision for later, then give you builder prompt. So that actually saved the vision that it has for AI SDR vision version 0.1. And now it also gave me the prompt. So now here's the prompt for your builder agent. I will copy all of this. That's big. Man, let me set up Cron Jobs skills to mission control. Okay, they want to, so I just want to be able to see everything. And this prompt is detailed enough, so I don't want to go through it. But if you want, you can. There's creating skills table and 7 API, skills API actions, Hermes API, deploy Hermes API into skills endpoint, build skills page UI, update sidebar 9.js routes, update integrations page, and what else? We have build and modified the whole thing. Perfect. We have 7 skill endpoints to Hermes API. When that is building, we can go to our API to see what the flow will be. Right now, meeting analyzer is running every 2 hours. Daily briefing, 8 a.m. Weekly skills update, Friday, 5 p.m. Feedback responder every 30 minutes. Skills sync, 9 a.m. daily. Scan 81 skills, sync to mission control. What Manu sees on his skills page, 81 skills and 4 custom mission control routes, proposal engine, discovery framework, SDR vision, send design build it. So day 2, weekly patches, proposal engine. So whatever it changed, whatever it learned, I have a high level overview of what's going on. Now that my builder agent is working on this, it will take a while, but I will get back. Now your job is to prepare a detailed prompt for the self-improving SDR that I told you. Keep in mind that you will be responsible in running this SDR, this self-improving SDR. Feel free to include as many features, be comprehensive, and thorough before you want, and the builder will take care of it. So it has the vision, it has the what I want to build. But what I'm saying is, this is not for me, but for you to work on. And I can only imagine what would happen if Claude Mythos was to take over and do something like this. It scares me and makes me excited at the same time. And that's one of the reasons I've been decided to post a lot. Everyone deserves or has to know what is possible. And this might give you a different idea to work on your own thing. You don't have to build the same things that I am building. And this proposal engine helped Brian to come up with his own thing, and he calls it Amalgamant. And anytime he has a client, it can prepare landing pages, it can prepare the delivery work now being done automatically. And based on client feedback, he's improving the system. And now the system learns, is this a client-specific change or a process-specific change? It will ask for it. Okay, this is a client-specific change. I won't update my actual skill file, but this project-specific files I will update. But if it's something that would be applicable for other clients, it will improve it for everyone, right? So the next time it does it, it doesn't make the same mistake. So the only bottleneck for this is your imagination and your creativity. Once you know what you build, what to build to make your life easier, you can build with these agents. While that finishes writing the prompt for us, it actually went ahead and created everything that we asked for through code. So I copied this to give it to my agent. I know we have played telephone, but there should be a better way for these agents to communicate. But now when I go to AI skills, I can see reading summarizer and historical humor and patch created. That is nice. And built-in skills, I don't see many, but the idea is Claude code builds the structure, builds the basics, and Hermes will come in and do the rest. So now that it's finished, I will go to my terminal and it is still okay. I think let me save this as a reference. I will paste this for the time being. And if I go to below on the full spec, and I can see in case for something past proposal and against okay, voices, self-employing, artist engine for and this content. Okay, done. The full prompt is at str.prompt.md. Here's what builder is given. You hit the build area when there's still space. It's down on how constantly the moment it is live. This is that. I will find my terminal and then this directly from here and download. Search for where this is. Yeah. No, had this open now. So this is what we had. Then that way to detail. Okay. You don't want to read the whole thing. It just takes forever. And let's see if we changed file. Okay, we have audio prompt. We have solve skills, change log, really building skills. This is custom skills. These are our skills. Swansea, GitHub code review, Himalaya, high sky video, Executor, Codex. And now it's nice. So if these skills ever change, I can see change log what's actually going on, and I will probably come up with a custom button. We already have it, but make it custom so it won't be annoying to see because I don't think I would ever use SoundSea or Executor makes sense, Jupyter makes sense, but some of these things doesn't make any sense to me. It's feeling here's still spacious line and properly 10 fish. You'll see the skills state call air clean ID and detect any files in this way from the hash, log them automatically perfect. Also, we need to save your memory for one of the Supabase tables because when the memory is compacted, there is a risk of losing context. So I like you to set up a cron every 3 hours to update your daily memory file and different long-term memory, which you already have, but I should be able to see. So create a memory page for us where I can see your daily memory logs that you're updating and long-term persistent memory both. And anytime we call that, we need to save to memory log what we learned, what's working and everything before we do that. How does that sound? Maybe my idea is still raw. If you can refine it somehow, do so. I have Supabase CLI, it's authenticated. Maybe you can use it to create the table yourself. Or I don't mind what we are doing right now. Since the front end is a lot, I think better approach would be giving me a prompt. I build a page. So this is like a bonus that you can have. Since Hermes is already self-improving, this is like a bonus that we are looking at. We now came up with a set time. And before compacting and losing our memory, if anything happens that needs to work, idea is don't lose context when not the compact. Here is the redefined version. The compact charts are currently every session. Currently 730 smart, stable, high signal. Daily memory comes. I get clear on spot happening what and on decision. Context has matched narratively at first. Memory is too small for session snapshots before any compaction at the end of and full up in context. This way, safety net. If something gets compressed away, it's recoverable here. Key insight. Person memories for facts and that always matter. Daily log is for context and matters this week. Session snapshots are created when something falls through the cracks. Let me check what I currently have in memory and give you a builder prompt. This is nice. While that is working, we can look at what so we have a bunch of phrases. Resend Webhook functions. To make this work, we need to get a resend key. Right? Resend is a platform where you can convert email for developers. But here is so cool that you have a bunch of free stuff. You get 100 emails a day, 3,000 a month for free. And also you have the ability. He's so cool that they dropped and made it so AI friendly. Love that about the Hermes. So, I would probably do this away from my screen. What I'm doing is I'm creating a recent API key and I will copy this key. Is plugged in you. It is secured. They're not exposing it. I copied it. I went to my .env.local file and updated it because if I don't, it will probably ask me, hey, you haven't updated your API key. So for those of you who updated the API key, it won't work right away. Will work, but the idea is you'll be able to send test emails at max. To really make it work, you go to domains and you click on add domain. And when you click on add domain, it will ask you to, enter your domain. Don't add your V domain because you already have your emails linked to it, right? Or I would suggest you just use a completely different domain that is not linked to your main domain. And even then, I like to add a subdomain. So my main domain name is growthcreators.ai, but I added updates.growthcreators.ai, systems.verticalsystems.io. When I do this, they will give me a set of DNS records that I need to update, some MX records, some text records, CNAME records, whatever they give, I just need to update in my GoDaddy, Namecheap, HostChanger, cPanel, wherever you have, wherever you have your details, just update them, fix. Everything works. Once you update it, it will take about 20 minutes, less than 20 minutes, and you are done. Yeah. And once your domain is verified, once you give the API key to your platform, .env.local, you got everything covered. And the other thing that you need to do is you copy the recent webhook and you come here and go to webhooks, and I want to add a webhook, and I will add webhook here and we found all events. Once you give all events, add. So we added all events. I added a recent API key in .env.local, and this is the signing secret for webhook. I added a recent webhook that we made for the app in Resend as well. And you can use growth creators, updates.growthcreators.ai domain to set up our email sending. And the sender name should be Hermes Mission 100. So that was the cut that I expected recently. So I will come and go to my terminal. And I'm still doing, okay, it's not. Another prompt is ready. So pasted text, and also once this is done, we have to paste another text. But look at what our builder did. Our Hermes built another thing for us and prompt. And we go add it this time install window. No, and maybe this time I'll open the folder. Just so that way I can. What is done? I forgot what it's called. Yeah, memory page builder. Meeting page. And book is just builder. Just place it here. And the only additional thing that I'm going to do here is probably wait till what it does, and whatever summary that it gives me, I will just copy that summary and give it to the agent, back to my Hermes agent. And once we are done with that, we'll continue building our SDR. So I did two things. The first thing is the memory page builder, the prompt that it gave me, I dropped it and said, once this is done, let me know what you built, and then we are working on this one. So it finished everything. It said, all done. This is what it worked. And then the second thing, both features are complete. It also said, resend webhook secret saved. So it just created answer. So it just actually recreated what it's already said. And then the second feature, agent memory dashboard. So let's go to our app and check. Let's do a quick refresh. And now we have memory. And if we go to memory, we have persistent memory, we have daily logs, build complete mission control with outreach memory feedback systems, massive integration day, build complete mission control, decision made, things learned, context, active projects, blocked items, skills updated. You see how detailed this is? Daily logs and snapshots. We have day one complete and every day. So this is being updated by Hermes agent. So we'll have more things. We will build up more things as we use. And it says syncs every 3 hours. So I don't think it hasn't been 3 hours yet, maybe 2 hours or something. Now I copied whatever Claude Code agent gave me, and I just copied this last part, both features, and I went into the terminal and pasted. So it also created whatever we gave it earlier. We pasted 78 lines, right? The previous input for everything is live. Let me update vision control skills with final endpoint count. And it did that Hermes mission complete, day one complete. And then these 78 lines, actually, everything, the two outputs that it gave me, that the summary, the conclusion. Now we are here. Give me a status update of everything, what we built so far, and current workflow. What do I see every single day? What can I expect? And also, I want you to send me those 3 test briefs and everything through Resend. Okay. I want to delete this first line. Give me status update of everything we built so far. I really want to wait till we finish SDR and then talk about it, because right now we don't really have memory sync, run hours, everything is back visible. So I want you to send me those 3 test briefs and everything through Resend. That is more than enough. My email need. I just gave it my email. It's funny, it's that you explicitly asked. I thought we are only setting limits on Gmail. Resend, it's all set up after it. But you see how it actually made it a hard rule. No matter the tool, you don't have or you don't want to send emails without any authorization or without explicitly user asking. So this is a good thing. So something happened when I was using that speech to text. If you look at the email that I received, onboarding at resend.dev, and the reason that it happened is because it is trying to send from growth creators updates.growthcreators.ai. It happened because of my speech to text. So I will first give this additional context. I want to type other. It was supposed to be, I'll talk to builder agent to fix it. But I want to give you the API key. What is the best way to share API key with you so you can configure Resend on your end as well to send these emails. So my speech to text messed it up. It was supposed to be Hermes at, that's the domain that I already own. Can you make the changes? And also create a dedicated email function that agents can use to use Resend to send me emails. So Claude code will make the changes. And by the time it does that, pick how you want to share. Share with the local file. Add it to .env myself. Because I can paste it here, but it's not the best approach. So for those of you, the safest is echo Resend API and Hermes.env. So we'll copy this, come here. I will do this away from the screen. Okay, let me check if domain is already verified or if another verified domain we can use. And also try calling Resend directly since API key is in Supabase secrets. Now, when I go to my email, all systems operational, 76 endpoints deployed. And then Resend is working, 3 briefings incoming, and daily briefing. These are the meetings that I have, the office and the total meetings, partnership model, client help active on it. And then we have meeting analyzer, hotly detected insights written back. And we also have weekly intelligence. This is, I don't know what you think, but I personally think this is amazing. We have integrations, and right now we have the outreach, dashboard, campaign, leads, ICPs, insights. We will work on this features next. We need to work on outreach. Since the prompt itself is initiated by our main agent, which is Hermes agent, I will make it involved. So I received all the 3 briefings. Great. So what we did in the first run is we took whatever we generated in terms of meeting, in terms of how the workflow is and everything, application, and made it AI friendly, ability for AI agents to use it. And we brought that slide to Hermes agent and said, hey, Hermes, this is what I want you to use. And it started using it. It asked for improvements. We did the improvements. In the second round, I wanted to show you how the other way works. Let's say this is the goal. I want you to prepare a brief for me on how you would build this, or how you would want this built so you can use it for the best of your abilities. So these will be more AI-centric than human-centric. What do I mean by that? If you see campaigns, right now I don't see create campaign button. And it comes to leads, I have test leads, but that's it. ICPs, I have Canadian accounting firms, but that's it. Insights, no insights yet. So everything that has made all the 300 or 350 some lines of prompt that outreach had was entirely AI centric. So I purposefully made it so because I want to be as minimally involved in outreach, but this is not the end result. We are going to improve this significantly. Just like how in meetings I can take actions, I can do a bunch of things. In outreach also, we should be able to, just like how we have webhooks that I can register a webhook manually and Fathom resend any custom webhook. Just like that, we would be using our own human-generated ones as well. So without further ado, let's read it. I'm glad to hear it. That's the complete system running end-to-end. Meetings come in, get analyzed, insights written back, a briefing to go out via Telegram, and email. Skills learned from every call, memory backups every 3 hours, and you can see everything on mission control. When you're ready for the next step, we got SDR builder prompt waiting. First live campaign is just ICP definition, and a lead list away. Love that. Okay. I just need to do one more thing. I want you to make sure the integration guide is up to date with all the new info, the outreach SDR components that you built. So once the SDR component, the outreach component, and the resend, how other agents can use the platform vision control to send these emails or whatever, we have 77 endpoints in total. But the integration guide may not be reflecting all of those. So it's really important for us to make sure it is updating, and we give the updated guide to Claude, so to Hermes as well. Okay, now the integration guide has been updated. I will do simple refresh and go to integration, copy full API reference. Now I can go to my terminal. I almost feel is it sometimes better to use Telegram instead, but I definitely feel like terminal is much better. Or we could have used web interface as well. For some reason, I like terminal better. Not every terminal, but Hermes terminal. Before we go into our AI SDR complete build out, I want to add something like a bonus here. What is this bonus? I want to add nurture sequences. This is like a level up for people. So let's see. Hey, I want to add email nurture sequences. Now that you can see my calendar, you can know as soon as someone books a discovery call. And when someone books a discovery call, I want to subscribe them to a email sequence. So this is a nurture sequence. And this will be a proactive nurture sequence. Sometimes if they have a week long, we will send alternate days, a mandatory 24-hour and 1 hour before the events. So two emails go out regardless. So cal.com also sends a notification, so you don't have to worry about it. So when I was doing that, I was entering my prompt into the terminal, I realized cal.com also sends a notification. I don't want it to confuse between any other discovery call or a follow-up call that we book with the clients for a sales call and send these nurture sequences, right? So you don't have to worry about it. I added Cal API key in the Hermes environment and created a webhook in our Hermes mission control and sent it to one of the webhooks on Cal. So I want you to build this nurture sequence component. The goal of this nurture sequence is to make them show up to the call. I will give you additional case studies, inputs, and all of that as well, kind of businesses that we worked in the past. And you can use and search any case studies as well, do some more research on relevant applications. So, two things. You know how we did the echo Resend API key equal to the whole thing? I did the same thing for the Cal API key. And we go to our Hermes and are we going to register webhook, a cal.com webhook. Register webhook. I will copy this webhook, click done. It may be different if you are using another application, but this is what you would do for Cow. How long after users don't show up on Cow in your meeting? That's fine. Enable webhook, booking cancel, created all of that. Okay. Good. Create webhook. Now we have this, and I went to the terminal. This is the webhook that I added in cal.com. And I will paste our case studies here so you have some context. I also added one more thing, which is client project documentation. These are the case studies, some of the case studies, not all case studies that we worked with, where we documented what problem was solved and what improvement it did, who were the actors involved, timeline for this, and any additional context, the impact and everything. So it is a great resource for nurture sequences. And when I go to I already pasted this in the 5 lines is the pasted block, this document. And when I looked at Fathom, when I looked at Webhook, it says Fathom. That's one I thought, okay, may not be working. Or I thought since we made Fathom Webhook the first thing, it's showing that. But right now, it goes deep. Cal.com webhook is pointing to Fathom endpoint, which expects a Fathom payloads. Cal.com sends a completely different format. We need dedicated handler. Here is the full builder prompt. And let me set up the agent side cron that personalizes nurture emails. Okay, is this the prompt? Or is the prompt said, okay, nurture sequence, builder prompt, build a nurture sequence that triggers. Okay, we do have the temp folder. Maybe I can just go to, I need to go to N, nurture sequence. That may not be the right place. I'm looking what terminal it is. Builder prompt is at temp nurture sequence builder. Yeah, we'll take this and just drop it here. So it showed me how the flow works. Nurture sequence system triggers someone works by account webhook. So we do have a bunch of calls, onboarding calls. We have consulting calls, strategy calls. We only need to trigger this for discovery calls. Make a note of that. And this is the output from our builder agent. I want you to give me a follow-up prompt where I'm not going to ask for a follow-up prompt. I will just paste whatever output that the builder agent gives in here. So it finally finished building this. And it said cal.com webhook to update, change from Fathom webhook endpoint to this. We'll copy this and go to webhooks. And we'll edit this. They are letting me edit. Point to this webhook and save. Webhook updated successfully. I come here. I go to my agent and paste it. While that is going on, we can review this. If we have anything that it created for nurture sequences. We'll see. Persistent memory skill and nurture personalizer cron all new. Nurture triggers discovery call. No, not just 30 minutes with money. It says discovery call from Cam. If you don't see that, if you just see 30 minutes with money, don't worry. Don't trigger nurture sequences for those. Only for discovery calls booked on cal.com. So it is doing everything that we mentioned. So I want to build whatever we did so far. I think this will be where the CRM piece we're talking about. Right now, we are leveling up whatever we initially set out to do. So I don't want to go off script too much. Let's continue working on AI SDR. Right now, we have two flows, right? Manual and an automated. Manual is user updates, uploads the CSV, and you create the campaign and you populate the campaign with different sequences like pain agitate solution or using certain case studies, using what we scale from their website. So we create a nurture sequence. I don't think we should call it nurture sequence. We create an email sequence that we will use to target these cold audience and generate leads that way. That's the first thing. It can be a manual upload or automatic, like I said. So we need a place to upload the CSV file and you take care of these campaigns, you take over. So you are working on a lot of things. I want to see a log somewhere, AI log for your last poll, last check-in. And 3 hours makes sense for memory, 30 minutes makes sense for some of the meeting related stuff, feedback. But nurture sequences should be sooner, don't you think? And shall we do 15 minutes? Or do you have another plan? How often do you want to check? And will there be a local daemon that wakes you up? Or can you do that automatically by setting the cron? Let me know how that works. So we will go to our mission control once and look at where we are at. We have close to 90 endpoints right now. We do have a bunch of things that we can do. We have this memory feature. I don't think it is accurately syncing, and we have daily logs. Why does it show it's 9th already? Oh, okay. 3 hours ago. Choose single iOS API function pattern. Log, contact-driven analysis. Memory sync every 3 hours, local sign-ins, no Telegram noise. Read only, GitHub, Google Workspace, never send without approval. Nice. It is working. We will check back a few more minutes later to see if we received any update. Okay. Agent memory, it says last sync never. It's a good thing to flag. Good question. Let me answer each, then we'll build. Naming, agreed, nurture, Facebook discovery calls, cold outreaches, campaigns, or email sequences. Two different systems, different intent. Timing for nurtures ended. Each function runs every 15 minutes. Supabase that handles the actual sending on time. My nurture personalizer at 30 minutes is just for customizing content before it sends. That's fine because welcome email sends immediately, handled by Cal. Now wait, value emails are scheduled for 9 a.m. next day. I have hours to personalize. 24 hours and they're all complete. So the timing is already right. Logic. So they run inside gateway process. No separate daemon. When gateway is up, crons fire on schedule. Each cron spawns a fresh agent session, does its work and delivers the result and exits. AI activity log. This is the missing piece. You should be able to see exactly when I checked in, what I did, what's coming next. Build into the system. And let me create a cron that manages campaigns end to end. Let me update all crons to update, log their activity. 8 crons, no feedback. Create this activity log. Should be a page on Hermes mission control. That's one. And also when I looked at memory, it says last sync never. And we set it up more than 3 hours ago. Why did it not run? And when it runs, I need to see the AI log on your dashboard. So can you give me, so I'm hoping the prompt that you already gave me does this. Please confirm. So we have AI activity log prompt.md. I will go to the temp folder and copy right here and hit send. So I'm not sure how many of you are reading this. I won't cut this intentionally. So you see activity log as dedicated page. We are building that. Now get to your 2 questions. Also add a dedicated activity page down. Also make a memory synchron parses correctly going forward. So I think there may be a bunch of things that it does. Activity log. What builder covers what's already working. Builder prompt fixed. All crowns now logged to activity log. I'll refresh memory page. So you see entire entries now. 0 minutes ago. Perfect. Persistent memory, user rules, and Maniv Kansani founder. And we have nurture only, agent memory, updated logs. Don't know why it shows 9th already. This is 8th. Snapshots. Perfect. Love it. Great. Now our next task should be, I want you to review what AI SDR was already built and how we should take it forward in the sense of managing the campaigns. We agreed on timing, but the next step should be how to customize and actually sending these emails through Resend. What inputs that you would need from me for if we make the manual workflow where I can upload the CSV and you can create the campaigns and send and trigger the campaigns and monitor what we receive on Webhook and everything. Then based off of that, we will build an automated ICP builder, campaign builder as a second step. And this application should be both human and AI agent friendly. Both should be able to use it. Right now, it feels like AI, it's only made for AI agents. Let's see. So this CSV file, create a dummy CSV file that users can download. and include that in a builder prompt. And once I download that, I will add real data, and I will start with my personal data to see how it works. Then we will build an actual ICP builder, maybe something simple like Google Maps scraper or something on Apify or a LinkedIn scraper, and test it with real prospects. So I have full picture. It's working. See file. Yeah, sometimes I feel like we are talking over each other and I'm restating a bunch of things. While it gives me this new builder prompt, I want to look at what AI log was, where the AI log was created. I don't see anything. So we have, yeah, I don't think we have AI log. I will ask. So manual campaign, what I need from you, CSV file, who are these people, what is the goal, any tone or angle preferences, that's it. The flow. We have the entire flow and it is saved at one of the folders, I believe. We have CSV campaign flow builder prompt. I want to go here, upload, hit send. We need another UI focused prompt when we a table. I think you misunderstood what the AI log is. I want to see a persistent Mies last check-in on screen. When was the last time you polled to check tasks or the last check-in? And also a dedicated AI log page where I can see the activity log of everything you've been doing, both on Hermes and by yourself. So I don't have to leave, I don't have to wonder. Also create a calendar based on what on my calendar and based on what tasks that you're working on. So if you see a cron, if you have a cron, a brief, add a simple, this is where the brief will be sent. This is where you would be checking for campaign. But if you are checking campaign for every 15 minutes, you don't have to show that in the calendar. For tasks that are over 3 hours long, they qualify for a place on calendar. And any other insights you want to add to this calendar page and AI log page, feel free to do. So we'll also see whether this is a big UI build. Okay, maybe it takes time. Let's wait for what the terminal comes back with. Hermes will say, okay, this is the prompt I made. Whatever the prompt it comes back with, I will just drag and drop with the builder. And I know this is a telephone game, but this is the best we can do right now. It almost feels like I have two Claude Code terminals working together now, but Hermes is the more intelligent and more you have to build all of this on Claude to make it this powerful. The skills, self-improving skills. Yes, you can build that to an extent on Claude Core itself, but we'll see. It came back with the builder prompt is AI presence builder prompt. And also, I think campaign flow builder, campaign redesign from earlier. These two give you complete human friendly experience. Did we not give campaign flow builder? I think already. My AI is currently finished working on campaign flow builder prompt. This is the output. And the next thing will be presence builder prompt. So if you see here, agent task Cron sync. So this must have both all the three: presence bar, AI log page, unified calendar, three features that make AI agent feel present and visible across mission control. This is also an important thing. This is done. AI presence builder is next. While that is working on that, I will come back here to the terminal and paste it here. So let's take a look at the campaign flow is human friendly, while the builder works on presence. Test end-to-end campaign flow with the existing API to make sure everything works before you put real leads in. So we go to outreach, we go to campaigns, create new campaign. Okay, I asked for test outreach Vancouver. Upload CSV example. Where I think it happened because it is working on the app, right? Campaigns, dental and real estate ready for review. Okay, I think my Hermes agent is working on this right now. So I'll see. I don't want to test myself. Okay, I missed a bunch of things. What's frustrating is my honest assessment. What's not working yet. CSV file with real leads. Format only email is required. Which vertical email tone preferences. Okay, assume everything and send a test campaign to mani@growthcreators.ai. And I'll just review to give you a green and move on over to making the automated flow where you can scrape the leads yourself. Okay. Just send the test campaign to the above email, or actually send it to. So my builder agent must have finished a bunch of things. Whatever it's updating, I can see things refreshing on the side. Why does it has the AI log now? Manual meeting analyzer, cron status, and it has integrations. I thought there will be a calendar page as well. Last check-in 2 minutes ago. Nice. Analyze 3 meetings, 3 leads. Oh, this is nice actually. This is a cool little upgrade. There is a calendar page I don't see. Oh, okay. I think once our agent takes a look at this, we'll update the calendar. I checked the campaign test. Quick question about Acme Dental. Hi, John. Noticed Acme Dental was serving patients in Vancouver. Had a quick question. How much time does the front desk spend answering the same questions every day? I know this is not perfect. It's not crazy, but it is something. It all comes down to what is the quality of your lead list. Came across one realty group. Had a quick question. When a new lead comes in, sell on your website, how long does it take? So I will update the copywriting best practices that's working for other clients. And basically the point of using Hermes AI is Hermes agent will figure out what's working and what's not working and improve every single day. That's the idea. So let's see if it is refreshing anything. Now at calendar 12 events showing all pages are populated with real data. Is it? Did you populate with real data? Okay. Shift command R. Let's do a hard refresh. I don't see calendar populated. It's empty right now. So we have, let's look at AI log. Campaign manager, nurture personalization. So these are all the check-ins that's happening every single day. So there is one line fix that needs to be done. With builder. So now that the campaign is working, I went to the Apify platform. I have a $5 free credit. So for proof of concept, we'll build something simple. So I copied the API key. I went to my.env.local in the Hermes Mission Control folder. Now I just going to say, I want to build an automated campaign creator or ICP builder feature that we have in outreach section. So when we are creating this automated campaign, we should be able to use Apify, API F5. I already added the API key and the .env.local file. I want you to take that, search for scrapers, do some research, use proof of concept, use this as a proof of concept. It doesn't have to be perfect from day one. I just want to show that it's working. So for you to make this work, you can, depending on scraper, what they would need in the ICP builder. So you can ask me for entering all the parameters or criteria required. You can make some by default. You ask which vertical they belong to, like law firms. Geographical location, it can be dropped down like US, Canada, and further cities. I don't want to go broad or global, but now. So once we have that in the campaign, you need to go out and scrape these leads. So I haven't upgraded my Apify, so we'd have to use something from their free plan keep that in mind. Free scrapers, we do have $5 credit. And once we scrape those leads, we would create a campaign, and our Hermes agent will take over from there. So build this feature and update the integration guide with anything new that haven't been done so far. So this is a big prompt, a big ask. So whatever this creates, once it finishes, we will take the output to the agent. Now that we also upgrading the integration guide, it knows exactly what we did and where to look for automated campaigns. But if you are using this for your own agency, or if you want to use this for a client, obviously you would have to figure out a bunch of things in advance, like what scraper you're going to use and because they have a targeted ICP, right? You don't want them to come up or figure out what their ACP is. So if you're building something like this in production, it would be different. So run a real Google Maps scraping Apify. So I will copy the whole thing. This is good. Integrations page. Escape the scraper runs. Maybe we will try and give everything that we have here to our agent and outreach campaigns, find leads and auto campaign, accounting firms in Vancouver, next Canada, US, so Vancouver, BC, next scrape max results 20, can start scraping, and that takes 30 to 60 seconds. I like the UI to design and everything. While this is done processing, we can come here and we can give it. And I think our agent will come back faster than the AI. So the agent told me there was an error, and when I went back to check the outreach that we are doing, it also threw an error. We are going to give our builder agent the same error. So we have fixed and deployed find leads and auto campaign. I want it to be human because why not? If agent is creating a bunch of titles, law firm Vancouver, law firms. Get my English. LBC next 20 start scraping. So I don't want to go to my agent. For a second, I feel like maybe both of us tried to do this at the same time, both human and agent, and did something. I haven't read the error, what it was in detail, so I don't know really. But while this is going on, I'll just wait, see how this goes, and then involve, hey, I got a campaign for you. And to do the same thing with OpenClaw and Cloud Code, it took me a lot of time. So the script is complete. It is literally less than a penny. I'm not sure if this is accurate or even close. We will look into that. So when you go to campaigns, law firm, Vancouver, AI processing, I will go back to the agent and paste it. I also manually created a campaign for you, law firms, Vancouver. So law firm campaign is ready for your review. Check your email. You got the notification. That's nice. And I don't want to be receiving these emails just because I'm sitting here. I want to be in a position where I receive these emails even when I'm not, right? So your campaign, 20 leads, 3 email sequences, review and mission control. Now it's in localhost. I'm not sure what it's doing, sending me links, but once it's deployed, you can expect actual things. So if we refresh and go to the campaigns, law firm ready for review, right now it's not opening, which is a problem. Right now, the campaigns, when I click on them, they don't open. I see ready for review processing, but when clicked, nothing happens. We need to fix that. And because plan mode is taking really long, okay, it's fine. I don't want to go rely on plan mode. If we just follow what I taught you earlier, your first try, you try and fix it by itself. If it doesn't work, you do this, right? And also, I wanted to show you something, the kind of webhook events that we receive when we send out these events. So we are sending recent emails, and these recent emails are sending back at it. So anytime I open, anytime I click a link, all of that is tracked. So you can see the 45 events that's written here. 45 events, email, clicked, open, delivered, all of this in detail. So who opened it, what is the message that is sent. So great information, very useful for building the improvement flows. So I want to make this a real thing, as real as possible. So if you have anything related to they look good and I am working 100% on mission control, we need an approve button. And you need to be polling like every 15 minutes for approvals. So we go to outreach, we go to campaigns. What did our builder say? Campaign guides and outreach aren't clickable. They're just with no navigation. Let me add you through. We have 3 changes. They are now clickable. If I open this at agent notes, law firms 20 leads from Google Maps, placeholder.local, what is that? So one is active. I go back. And also some of the emails have placeholder in the address. Maybe we can skip them. I just realized something. Campaign updates, even though it's a test, we don't want to send from Hermes Mission Control. I wanted to change that. Right now, I'm updating the sender to Mani Kanasani, MANI growth at updates.growthcreators.ai. So that way they receive email from my name for these campaigns, not Hermes at Mission Control. Builder agent also made these changes. So essentially, that is it. Now we have a working campaign system that will, as soon as we approve, it picks up, it sends. I'm just waiting because it's 7 p.m. where I live, not the business hours. Right now it says window is 9 to 5 and limit 50. So I've already shown this. And because I see the change from there to now, you've already seen how it works with whether we show sent, delivered, bounced, open, clicked or not. Everything we have seen the events in here in the Webhook section. So all of these would be tracked, and maybe tomorrow I will, because this is not business hours like it's suggesting anyway. I'll keep it that way. And that is it. Right now, what did we set out to do? We wanted to build a meeting assistant, meeting intelligence, and outreach that is improved every single day. We need to set a cron at every single night or day, whichever you prefer, based on what campaigns are working, what kind of messaging getting more opens and more clicks, whether the lead magnet ones are performing well. So based on these insights, we improve the skill and improve our copywriting skill. What do you think of this idea? Should we set a cron job for this? As it should be dedicated cron, not bolted onto campaign manager. Here's my thinking. Send emails, respect send windows, tactical execution need to run often. Daily at 9 p.m. makes sense, and window 9 to 5 p.m. is closed. All of today's opens clicks have had time to register, and the insights feed into tomorrow's sends. So it created something. Now I want to upgrade what we have in our skills page. So we have all skills, we have change log. This is good. But I want to add a skill builder. We go to our agent and say, okay, the next feature that I'm envisioning is improving or adding another tab into our skills page. This is called skill builder. What this does is it takes a URL or a YouTube transcript or an article, MCP, any kind of documentation. And once we paste it, we extract a skill from it. What we can learn from this, you will be the one who is processing. We will just enter and submit for review. AI will process and update the output. What do you think of this flow? What do you need to make this happen? Once we finish our discussion, we will come up with a prompt for both human and AI friendly front end, an API endpoints for you to work on it. Here's the system. So daytime, we have 9 to 5, campaign manager, Resend Webhook tracks events, nighttime, STR intelligent analyzes results, Find patterns in data, patches, outreach, copywriting skill. Tomorrow sends use improved copy. PAS, pain agitate solution, emails go out initial copy. Night SDR intelligencies. On subject A, 28% skill patches log insight. Campaign manager uses updated pattern. Night, more data, more pattern skills. I don't know how many of you got to this point and actually reading this deserves in the first intro because this is amazing. We are talking about an AI that can improve itself over and over every single day based on results. This is amazing. Okay, and now we have this prompt we can learn from this. You will simply enter and submit it. Okay, the next feature. Yeah, it is cutting. Great idea. This turns skill creation from something that only happens during our sessions into something you can feed anytime. Drop a URL, paste, transfer, or process it into structured skill. Here's how to define the flow. Paste URL transfer, pick the category, add nodes, focus on X, click submit for processing, extract all of this, analyze what's teachable knowledge here, and when to use generate structured skill.md, save as draft file, and click approve skill goes live in my skill library. This is next level. What I can handle, URL, the transfer, draw text, PDF, what I need. The content, the URL based helpful. Key decision, should each submission become one skill or should be smart enough to decide different topics? Yeah, multiple skills, each get their own approval. And I want you to write a prompt for my builder agent. Its full prompt is available in the temp folder as always. You can scroll down skill builder prompt. We'll give this to agent and then discuss what it does briefly. We have paste URL, click extract and analyze, fetches content, analyzes distinct skills, create proposals, review each proposal card, approve, edit, reject, skip, creates actual skill files. So the builder is doing that. I like the new 15-minute poller for this too. Yeah, I don't want to wake up my Hermes or talk to Hermes just for that. Let's go to AI log. We have sync to memory entries 3 minutes ago, which is nice. Campaign law firm Vancouver BC mark ready for review, 20 leads. Let's move it. Okay. We'll save 20 leads, Google Maps. This is nice. That is detailed. The text is still a bit light. It can be brighter, I believe, but it is manageable. We've come a long way. So the final skill that I was thinking, the final part once we build this skill builder is we need to work on, I think the third part that we created already is linked to meetings and emails, I believe. For the third build, we wanted to look for what's going on with our clients, figure out upsell opportunities, project management, and all of that. It is already doing it in the emails that we are sending. I think we can conclude this way after we built this skill builder. I think it's long enough. You managed to build the complete meeting intelligence engine. And now your agent can send alerts to the team members as well. If you give it team member emails and say after the meeting, you assign tasks to these devs, you send emails to these devs, it will do that. All right. Just like how we are doing this outreach. And if you look at campaigns ready for review, And if I go here, it has 20 leads. AI SDR processed and reached 20 leads, info, a lot of info, emails. It's fine. I don't mind. Let's approve and see what happens. And again, it's not like we are going to send this today. It is going out tomorrow. If I haven't edited or posted this video by tomorrow, I haven't edited the video by then, I will make sure to record this first thing in the morning and show you how it goes. So let's see the status. And if we look at the to-do, I think it's a big list, creating skill builder tables, add 8 skill builder API endpoints, deploy and test endpoints, build skill builder tab UI, update integration page, build and verify. So it is done. This is the summary. Copy it. I want to see it first. If we go to skills and skill builder, so we have AI still processing. Right now, I did not do anything. It is my agent saying submission is in. Everything is live. Let me do a quick end-to-end test. Submission is in. Content extracted, waiting for processing. Let me process it right now. So you can see the full flow. And now it said, click approve. Okay, recent deliverability. That's new. I don't see it. So maybe a refresh will fix that. Skill builder, recent best practices. Okay. Email deliverability best practices. And demand bomb accounts management and optimization. This is a test anyway. So when I go to integrations, not integrations, I think log, we can see the cron. So all the crons are updated in our AI log, because I don't think I see the one for this skill builder that you're pulling every 15 minutes. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I don't think all crons are here. Cron run, and we'll see. So how do we make sure you're updating the AI log, not forgetting when we add new cron, which file needs updating to fix that? So the skill builder cron just updated. And also when I go to skills and skill builder, ready for review, approved ones will be worked upon in 15 minutes. So we already checked the log that the crons are running. Cron runs, you can see earlier runs. Friday, there are some weekly skills. There are some nurture center runs every 15 minutes via Supabase cron. No nurturing nodes due. SDR intelligence, standing by, runs nightly at 9 p.m. No campaign data to analyze yet. So the only thing that's needed, keep your machine on, and all of this works. So I just sent this message. And it should fix it. But overall, this is an amazing application. From what I was reading, one of the messages that he sent me, it was saying You have all of these things, amazing things. What do you want to, where do you want to go next? I thought it was a good way to end the session. That line is really strong. Where do you want to go? That's fixed. 2 layers of protection, skill file. When I can create a new no single config file controls it. So instructions. If you want a harder guarantee, your builder could make activity.stats. It's okay. I want you to take care of it. Perfect. Then we have that. We resolve that. Everything that we set out to build, I think, gets built already. To double check that, we can ask our builder agent. I want you to review the Claude MD file. Did we build everything we set out to build, or is the third feature still missing? I think the third feature actually evolved into something even better. Awesome. Actually, we built everything that we set out to do. Meeting intelligence, outreach autopilot, custom dashboard. So all three are built, but the Claude.md is still. It still references old schema on me to full rewrite. Yes, and go ahead. So that's not really that important at this point. Okay. What do you think about the system? I think it is a good point to stop at this point. Read whatever my Hermes does. And maybe towards the end, what we have for campaigns, I will update it. So what we build today is not a tool. It's an operating system for your business. That's what I've been telling you. Most agencies have scattered tools, CRM here, email through there, meeting notes somewhere else. Founder's brain holding it all together. What you have now is single brain that sees everything. So this is just scratching the surface. 50K, your proposal engine made in 30 days was the static system. This one compounds. What's your take? What feels right and what feels off? Yes, we will improve the system. We can make additional videos on Hermes if you are interested. But the next video we are going to film is Claude Code Masterclass. If you don't want to miss it, please subscribe. And also, Agents in a Box. If you want to skip the entire thing, get all of this. And also, the application that I was showing you earlier, which is even more powerful, even more endpoints. Like right now, this application has close to 99 endpoints or something. This one has almost 3x that. And so many other features. You can build skills, you can build tools, you can build MCP servers, you can build apps. The Ops Center itself has meeting intelligence, research hub, phone agents, email agents, lead enrichment. We have a skill factory, we have agent teams, we have Workspace, animated offices, and we have, I can go on and on. If you're interested and want to get access to this, and also weekly 3-hour live sessions, I'll see you in my Agents in a Box school community. First link in the description, and everything that was discussed, every prompt I used, all of this step by step. I will create a masterclass guide. That guide will be available in the second link in the description. Thank you, and I'll see you in the next one. For those of you who are wondering, how do I access this? We cannot do this forever in a local host, right? I would ask this to push the code to GitHub and deploy it to Netlify. You can just ask that command and it will do it. I want you to push this to GitHub and deploy to Netlify. And this is the only command that it would need to do that. Except if you were to push this to GitHub and Netlify, I want you to use the Supabase authentication, where the people that are getting in should be authenticated properly. And you need to be creating sign up, sign in pages. You have all of that. I can show you quickly how to do that too. But the video has been really long so far. And I've did that in my previous videos and will do that in the future video as well. This is something that you would be using as an internal tool anyway. So you don't really need that, in my opinion. Now you have a place, a control center, a meeting intelligence engine, outreach engine, a self-evolving AI SDR, everything at your fingertips. You can see all the skills. You can build new skills. You can see all the changes to your skills, whatever changing, however, your skills changes after the meetings. And if you want to see more on agency side, how to automate your business, how to build self-evolving skills around your business, comment down below and I will do that. And I'll see you in the next one.